The J. Russell Jennings Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight meeting will come to order. I want to first acknowledge and pay some homage to Russ Jennings. That's the committee is named after him, recognizing the tireless efforts he made to improve corrections and juvenile justice in the state, both as a magistrate judge and then later as a legislator. I know some of you on the committee today have had the privilege of working with him as a legislator. I personally have not, although he's from my part of the state, Lake in Kansas, and therefore I did know him before his untimely passing, and know that he did a lot to improve especially juvenile justice in the state. So I wanted to first pay homage to him. Before we move into the substantive agenda, I'd like each of the members of the committee to just briefly tell us who they are and where they're from and whether they're senator or representative. We'll start with Senator Corzone.
Thank you so much. State Senator Ethan Corson, Senate District 7, which is in Northeast Johnson County.
Senator Hill.
Thank you. Senator Scott Hill from Abilene, but I'm actually filling in for Senator Bowers today.
Thank you very much.
Representative Tobias Schlingensief, Topeka, District 55.
Joella Hoy, I'm in House District 17. I live in Lenexa and represent parts of Lenexa and Shawnee.
I'm Representative Bob Lewis, and I represent Garden City, the 123rd District.
Good morning, Kelly Warren, and I'm proud to represent Senate District 11, which is East and Southeast Johnson County.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Senator Oletha Faust Goudreau, and I represent the 29th District, City of Wichita.
Morning.
Morning.
Senator Beverly Gossage. I represent District 9, which has parts of Johnson, Douglas, Johnson, and, Leavenworth and Wyandotte counties.
Representative Adam Turk, I represent the 117th District. Essentially follows K10 from Shawnee, Lenexa, all the way south of Lawrence.
Thank you. And I believe that Senator Titus will be joining us a little later this morning. And he represents an area, I think, near and perhaps part of Manhattan, Kansas. And Representative Ressman and Representative Elperdang, yeah, are both absent. They had other matters today. Also, I'd like the staff, revisers and research group and the technical support group to announce or to introduce themselves. We'll start with Ms. Kincaid.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee members. I'm Jillian Kincaid, a senior analyst with Legislative Research.
Jordan Milholland with Legislative Research, and we also have Nicole Rencher online, and she and I will be switching out between the 2 days.
Thank you.
Barbara Moore, Committee Assistant for Kelly or the Judiciary Committee.
My name is Max Adams. I'm with the Broadcasting Department.
I'm Natalie Scott with the Reviser of Statutes Office, mostly staffing Judiciary and Corrections Committees.
And Jason Thompson, Reviser of Statutes Office.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the substantive agenda. We're going to start with a presentation on community corrections. And I believe the Director of Reno County Community Corrections, President of the Kansas Community Corrections Association, Randy Regier, will be presenting on that topic. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Lewis and committee members. Again, my name is Randy Bergier. I'm the Director of Reno County Community Corrections, which is down in Hutchinson, and I'm the President of the Kansas Community Corrections Association. Thank you for allowing me this time to talk to you about the ways community corrections improves community safety and is a great return on investment for the state. I know this chart is familiar to many of you, but I want to start with this as a reminder of how field supervision is structured in Kansas. Community corrections, court services, and state parole are all a little different from each other, but work together to effectively supervise people in the community. Court services is under the judicial branch, and they are all state employees. Their wages are set by the Office of Judicial Administration, and they have state insurance. Court services supervises misdemeanor probation, as well as lower risk felony probationers. State parole staff, like court services, are state employees. Parole officers work directly for the Department of Corrections. They primarily supervise people that after they have served a prison sentence. Community corrections staff, unlike court services and state parole, are all employees of their local counties. Our wages and benefits are set by the county and are paid using grants from the Department of Corrections, which go to the local counties. Community corrections supervises moderate to high-risk felony probationers. Many of the cases we supervise are presumptive prison according to the sentencing guidelines. Community corrections staff as county employees abide by the policies set by our counties. However, when it comes to the majority of the work we do, we also follow standards and guidelines set by the Department of Corrections. Counties provide in-kind services and support through things like human resources, accounting, and information technology. Many counties also provide financial assistance to their community corrections program in addition to in-kind services. Community corrections is also different from court services and state parole because we are guided by local advisory boards and county commissioners. Much of the direction for each agency comes from local experts on our advisory boards. This local control means agencies are focused on local needs, resources, and trends in that community rather than other parts of the state. Community corrections was originally created to fill a gap in the field supervision system. This gap was the need for an intensive supervision program, going beyond what typical supervision was designed for to offer more services and structure for the felony probationers most likely to be revoked to prison. Community corrections officers assess the risk and needs of probationers. They target the risk factors most associated with continued criminal behavior and make a plan tailored specifically to that probationer to target those areas. Probation officers refer out for substance abuse and mental health treatment and then ensure attendance. While they refer out for certain interventions, a probation officer's job is to focus on criminality and the thinking behind the person's criminal behavior. They provide evidence-based programming, either one-on-one or in a group setting with the probationers. Community corrections officers also assist probationers in making changes. They transport probationers to services, assist them in finding employment, and even pay for mental health medications and housing to help them be successful in the community. The other primary reason community corrections was created was for cost avoidance. The state saw the need to cut spending, and one way to do it was to reduce the number of people being housed in prisons. According to the Department of Corrections annual report for fiscal year 2023, it costs nearly $110 per day to house one person in prison. Compare this with the $11.41 per day it costs to have someone supervised by community corrections. Community corrections offers a great return on investment. Not only is there the benefit of the cost savings, there's also the benefit of moving people from being a drain on state and local resources to being contributing members of the community, adding to the tax base. We all know that prisons are very expensive, but let's look at an example of how community corrections is a great investment. In Reno County last year, the average length of supervision assignment was 21 months, and the average underlying prison sentence was 37 months. When you multiply this out by the daily cost, you get a savings of over $116,000 for one person in Reno County. This is a significant savings for just one person and doesn't even include the benefit of the person working, paying taxes, and supporting their dependents. Let's take this one step further. In Reno County last year, we successfully completed 125 people. This is a benefit to the state of roughly $14.5 million in incarceration costs alone. And not only does community corrections save the state a great deal of money each year, it also is a great return on investment because of the success rate. Statewide, we have a success rate of 72.4% over the last 6 years. And this is with a very difficult population or at a high risk of reoffending. The most recent statewide data I was able to find was from FY21, and it showed 27.7% of the cases assigned to community corrections last year were presumptive prison at sentencing. Last year in Reno County specifically, 59% of the cases assigned to us were presumptive prison. This means that if the judge would have followed the sentencing guidelines, he would have sent these people to prison rather than giving them community supervision. From FY19 to FY24, over 22,700 people in Kansas successfully completed supervision with community corrections were diverted from costly prison incarceration. When state budgets are tight and there's a lot of pressure to cut spending, you all have to make hard decisions. You have to ask yourself, are the programs and services we're funding benefiting the state and the communities where you live? I'd encourage you to consider the return on investment community corrections offers and to devote money where you get a great return on your investment. Increasing money to community corrections helps you avoid the higher price tag items that come when money isn't invested into preventing admissions to prison. For FY27, we are requesting an increase in community corrections supervision, in funding for community corrections supervision of $728,000. This is a modest request with the goal of keeping up with inflation. This gives the agency and your community a better chance to provide competitive wages and afford needed supplies like drug tests. We are also asking for an additional $1.5 million for the behavioral health grants. The behavioral health grants began in FY14 and has remained at $3 million since that time. The grant is only allowed to be spent on mental health, substance abuse, and behavior change interventions. With over 10 years of flat funding, our buying power has been greatly reduced from FY14. The cost of services, transitional housing, and mental health treatment and medications have all increased. This means fewer probationers receive assistance and services each year. Providing these interventions helps us divert people from incarceration by helping them get these services they need to be successful in the community. Additionally, both enhancements have been supported by Secretary Zamuda and included in his enhanced budget request. Let me switch gears a bit and talk about a few other items within community corrections. Senate Bill 123 RAFT diversion is the felony drug diversion program. Community corrections can operate in collaboration with our local county and district attorney offices. If a person qualifies for Senate Bill 123 diversion, their treatment is paid for by the Kansas Sentencing Commission, and they get the added benefit of not having a felony drug conviction on their record. To qualify, just like with the regular Senate Bill 123 program, the person has to score as having a high probability for addiction and score moderate to high risk for recidivism. This program has been in effect for several years, yet it is only offered in a very few communities across the state. The primary reason it isn't being offered is because there's no funding for supervision of the people on diversion. The programs which are operating are all funded by either counties or local or another source. If a community does not have the funding for diversion supervision for these people, they are all assigned to community corrections since they meet the requirements of Senate Bill 123. Additionally, if a person's diversion gets revoked, they are assigned to community corrections. One option to alleviate this problem would be to allow community corrections agencies to use KDOC grant funding to supervise people on Senate Bill 123 diversion. These people would be coming to community corrections anyway, and the funding source is already in place and established. Another option may be to use opioid settlement money by creating a new grant process through the Kansas Sentencing Commission. This diversion program not only benefits the person by keeping them from having the difficulties that come with felony conviction, it also helps reduce admissions to prison. Community corrections also supervises moderate to high-risk youth. One pending bill of interest to our association is 2025 House Bill 2329. This bill includes several changes to current legislation that I'd like to address. First is the increased penalties for youth who possess or use a firearm as part of their arrest offense. The increased penalties include increasing the minimum term of incarceration from 6 to 12 months and a maximum term from 18 to 24 months. We would recommend the lower limit remain at 6 months, but support the upper limit being raised to 24 months. This allows the courts the greatest degree of discretion based on the facts of the case. Additionally, for youth who possess a firearm, the bill seeks to remove the discretion of intake staff and require that the youth be placed in a detention facility. We would oppose this requirement. Last year, there were approximately 286 firearm-involved intakes. Of these, 242 youth were placed in detention under the current statutory provisions. Of the remaining 44 youth who were not detained, 30 of them were issued a notice to appear by law enforcement. Again, we want to be supportive of the local officials making the best decision based on the facts of the case. I would imagine in cases where youth were not detained, there was a very valid reason for the youth not to be detained. Continuing to allow the people with the most information to make the decision to detain a youth or not is the best option for the youth and the community where they live. A second change this legislation seeks to make is to increase the cumulative detention days a youth can serve on a case from 45 to 90 days. In discussing this option, agencies expressed that they don't believe youth are currently serving the 45 days statutorily allowed. This raises the question, if youth aren't maxing out the currently allowed 45 days, is there a reason to increase it to 90 days? We would ask that you oppose increasing the number of detention days for youth. A third, House Bill 2329 seeks to require the Department of Corrections to contract for a minimum of 35 and a maximum of 45 residential beds. The common thought expressed by community corrections staff is that the current options available are not meeting the needs of youth and families in Kansas. Currently, youth are either at home in the community or they're being sent to the correctional facility. There's really no in-between option available for the courts. This often results in the juvenile offenders being placed in the child native care world for other housing options. Please understand, we do not want to go back to the old system of warehousing youth and out-of-home placements. It's critically important these facilities be saturated with mental health and substance abuse treatment services. These beds should only be reserved for the most at-risk youth, and the goal should be to provide them with all the resources needed to be successful while in the facility and when they return to the community. With the passage of Senate Bill 367 in 2016, money was diverted from out-of-home placements with the intention of building resources in the community. While the out-of-home placements were quick to close, the process of building resources in the community has been more challenging. However, those services are now well established and serving many kids and families. Early on, the Evidence-Based Practices Fund was growing as money went in, but the programs were just getting established. Now the concern is that the money won't be available to continue to fund these community interventions. The money being reinvested from out-of-home placements is needed for interventions in the community to serve justice-involved youth. We request your assistance in protecting this money to ensure that its use is focused on the right population of youth. One other item I'd like to touch on is the newly proposed allocation methodology for community corrections grant funding. This topic was discussed earlier this week in the House Select Committee on Government Oversight. The allocation methodology or funding formula is the method the Department of Corrections uses to determine how much money each agency will receive in grant funds. The Community Corrections Advisory Committee worked with the Department of Corrections to develop the new methodology with the goal of creating a transparent, easily explained, and equitable methodology. Input from all directors was solicited, and many options and variables were reviewed over a period of about 18 months. The Department of Corrections recently announced plans to delay implementation and to have a third-party review what has been proposed. As an association, we don't want any agency to receive a reduction in funding. We know agencies have worked hard to develop programs aimed at reducing recidivism and promoting public safety, and we don't want those programs to be eliminated. We also know there are agencies who have not received the necessary funding to achieve the results we'd all like to see. These agencies can't continue to be underfunded, yet expected to provide public safety and reduce recidivism. Our association supports the creation of a transparent, equitable allocation methodology. A great deal of work and time has gone into the currently proposed methodology, and we would recommend a university be used to evaluate the current proposal rather than having an outside entity start the process over from scratch. We currently have agencies which are underfunded, so we would request this process be completed quickly, preferably by the end of June 2026 for implementation in fiscal year 2028. We also support the proposal to phase in funding changes over a 3-year period to allow for a better transition for agencies whose funding will be reduced. The continued input from stakeholders is also a priority. The association recommends the adult allocation methodology be the first priority, but we would also recommend that whichever organization reviews the adult methodology also be engaged to create a new allocation methodology for juvenile grant dollars for community corrections. Most adult and juvenile agencies are combined, so having the juvenile funding formula completed juvenile funding formula completed improves our ability to plan more effectively. Juvenile agencies have been receiving the same funding allocation since approximately fiscal year 2017, and funding is not accounted for all the changes within agencies. Thank you again for allowing me this time. We appreciate the support for the work we're doing in your communities to keep them safe and to save the state money. I'm happy to stand for questions, and I've also included my contact information if you have questions after the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Giguere. We're open for Senator Gossage, questions.
Thank you very much. Randy, thank you for being here. So as chair of the Child Welfare Committee, we have heard that there are troubled youth they're very difficult to place. They're upsetting the entire family, runaways, etc. Is this part of the community? Are they working together with the corrections? Or if any of these youngsters or young people are in corrections, are they working with the child welfare program?
Yes, Chairman, Senator, yes, that's a great question, and it really hits the heart of the issue that we're dealing with. So some of these kids, since we do not have a placements on the juvenile side through community corrections, those youth that are juvenile offenders that continue to have problems at home and that's not a suitable situation, that's how they end up getting diverted to that child in need of care world and into the exact situation that you're explaining. So what we have, when those kids are both with DCF and with community corrections, we do work together. What I'll just tell you from what we see is, as probation officers, DCF is really running the show there when it comes to where that youth is placed. So one of the things we see is probation officers saying, you know, my kid got moved. I didn't even know until, a week later that this is happening. So we're really in the backseat on that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to address that criminality. We're trying to address the court issues that are related to the criminal offense. But DCF is really the ones that do the majority of the work in that situation. And I think it's very challenging for them to try to find placements for those youth. And that's why I say I don't think we know what the right solution is, to be honest. And that's where as an association, it's really difficult for us to really get behind the out-of-home placements. A lot of people are really on the fence because we know that we do not want to go back to what we had before, where those kids were just warehoused. They were not receiving a lot of services. One of the things that we'd hear from staff is, wow, I wouldn't want to put my own kid there. You know, and so we know we do not want to go back to that system. And so I think that you see some examples. I know that the Missouri model has been suggested. I think you see some great work going on up in Johnson County where they have the Crisis Intervention Center. So I think there's some examples out there, and I think that one of the things we have to do is look at what's working in other states and see if that's something that we can make work here. Yeah.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Thank you for that. And we have visited the crisis center, some of us on this committee, and it is excellent, but I realize it's just in Johnson County. So hope we can get that duplicated. In just doing the math on your page of the graph, it shows 11.41 per day and 109.97. Does this include any fixed cost, or is this just to pay to have a, you know, like the supervisor food? What are we talking about when we're talking about cost?
So the $110 a day, I would have to lean on the secretary or his staff to explain how they come up with that number. That's the number that's from his annual report. So he would be the expert on how they come up with that. The $11.41 for community corrections, what we're looking at there is the totality of grant funds divided out by the number of people that were supervised in that year. Yeah.
So how many people is that?
I do not have that number with me.
The reason I'm asking that is if we go to the graph below, we show 7,284. The graph up above, there's about 10%, so 10.3% of the community corrections compared to the prison cost. So if we were to extrapolate that same, we would come up with the cost would be 7,284, and then the cost would be around 70,200 for the state. I'm trying to understand the discrepancy.
Yeah, I believe what I would have been doing is multiplying and I'd have to pull a calculator up real quick, but multiplying the 37 months in prison times that daily rate of the 110. And if that's incorrect, I apologize.
No, do you understand what I'm saying? So if there's a per diem rate and a per diem rate, whether it's 1090 should be the same, just trying to understand the differences.
Sure, just because what we're looking at is that average amount for community corrections is 21 months compared to the 37 months that we'd be looking at. So when those people violate or if the court send them directly to prison, you'd be looking at an average of 37 months in custody as opposed to the 21 months of supervision that's average.
So then and last question, thank you, Mr. Chair. If the prison term were lessened to the 21, then we would probably see more of the 10 and 90.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. And I think it'd be great. It's the Kansas Sentencing Commission's reports over the last few years, it's been fascinating to look at how much it's increased. And I didn't bring those numbers with me today, but it's fascinating to see how much those underlying prison sentences are for community corrections, the people that are on community corrections. It's gone up dramatically over the last 5 years, I believe. And one of the things that I'd point to is, again, you look at Reno County and almost 60% of the people we receive are presumptive prison. So we receive people that have, it's frequent that we receive people that have over 100-month underlying prison sentence that they would have to serve if they're unsuccessful. We have people that are over 200-month underlying prison sentence. So that's what we see is you're seeing a much more significant underlying prison sentence. And that's just appears to be the trend according to this Kansas Sentencing Commission.
Thank you. It would be good to have the total budget for this program in the county and the number of people that participate in the program.
And the total budget is, the grant number is around 32 million, and I'm sure there's experts that could help me with that, but I do not have the total number of people.
And then the total number of the people that helped.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then finally, the recidivism rate. You know, we know, okay, over here in prison it's this, and over here it's that. It's like, how do we determine success? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Further questions? Yes, Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here this morning. I wanted to go back to the information that you provided on 2025 House Bill 2329, the reasons that, changes that you recommended there. Those are the reasons I ended up voting against the bill on the floor. And my question is regarding, and the information on the 286 firearm involved intakes and the 44 not detained is very helpful. And I would like to know, is there intervention work with the families to make sure that those juveniles don't have unsupervised access to firearms? Then how does that all work? And are we collecting data on how those kids gained access to the guns in the first place?
I would say we do not have information on how they gained access to the guns in the first place. I would just say we do not have access to that. When you look at those kids, the majority of those kids, again, under current statute, 242 of those went to detention. So they're going to go in front of the courts. They're going to have a detention hearing before any type of release. What I would expect the courts to be doing is some type of bond supervision or some type of supervision post-release. So they should be getting some type of services put in place. That could be anything from your diversion IIP program all the way up to a typical bond supervision or placement with some type of supervision. Again, just with that court process, there's going to be a period of time that they're going to go through where there may be less before they actually are under an official supervision like community corrections or even court services. When you look at the 44 kids that were not detained, so 30 of them were issued a notice to appear by law enforcement. So those youth are all are basically just sent back home, and they're gonna have to come in at a later time and do that intake. That's the expectation. And then that's how that court process begins. But what I would assume again would be that on a lot of those cases, there was clearly a reason, I would assume, that law enforcement made that decision, that they were not a risk. But I would say that, you look at those cases specifically, in other words, other than maybe a law enforcement officer talking to a parent, most likely there's no actual intervention put in place at that time to kind of address that issue.
Okay, thank you. I know Missouri's on the other side of this where they don't have any juvenile in possession of firearms laws. So in often case, they have to give the gun back to the juvenile. And so I think there's a happy medium, and my biggest concern is the second, the removing discretion for if they're in just mere possession of the firearm. And I understand that them just being in possession is a crime, but I don't like adding that the intent is to use the firearm, especially when we treat adults differently. And the legislature, for adults, we removed the lifetime firearm possession for adults committing felonies if the gun wasn't actually used in the crime. So this just doesn't seem to, it seems like we're being much harder on the kids than the grown-ups, in my opinion there.
Yes, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. I want to go back to kind of the overall structure where you started on page 1. You were talking about that our community supervision structure in Kansas. So in the judicial branch, we have court services who are supervising, like you had shared, misdemeanor probation and low-risk felony. And presumptive probation cases, where the executive branch and the community corrections folks you've been talking about mostly today are under the Department of Corrections and the executive branch. Do I have that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And those community corrections employees are county employees, and you had also mentioned therefore, there's more local control. There's the ability for the community corrections supervisors to address local needs and perhaps provide supervision that's needed for that particular community. My question is that you had said that with the underlying prison sentence and the presumptive prison sentences, that some of those are put into community corrections rather than into prison. So could you explain that process? Does the prosecutor get involved and make that recommendation? Does community corrections, do they have risk assessment tools that they use? How do we determine that our people in Kansas who are sentenced to prison aren't serving prison terms but are put into community corrections instead? Because I would think that the Department of Corrections not only wants to save Kansas tax dollars, but I would think to keep public safety at a maximum. And I think that's what most Kansans would be concerned about too, that we not give up public safety to save a few tax dollars.
Yeah, Chairman, Senator, that's a great question. So what we see happening typically is a lot of times it's part of a plea agreement. You have a plea agreement for the district attorney is making with the defendant for that offer to do community corrections. So, typically in our community, a drug distribution case, they're going to get a plea agreement. They may have 110 months underlying sentence, but they're going to get a plea agreement to come to community corrections. Typically on a non-presumptive prison case, court services, when they do the pre-sentence investigation, so post-conviction, they do the pre-sentence investigation with court services. Court services will do a risk needs assessment to determine whether they should have placement with community corrections or court services. When it's a presumptive prison case, no risk needs assessment is done by court services prior to sentencing. That risk needs assessment is done after sentencing with community corrections. So usually that's much farther ahead of the game, where the district attorney is making that plea agreement rather than post having a risk needs assessment.
Thank you. So the prosecution, the state, the people of Kansas have a say at that point, because the prosecutor, the district attorney, is representing and speaking for the people, if you will. So thank you for helping further explain that to those who may be following along. And if I may, Mr. Chair, a couple of follow-ups. We didn't hear any recidivism numbers. You had talked about revocation to prison for those on intensive supervision, and I'm surprised we don't have any of those numbers. I know our Kansas Sentencing Commission keeps pretty robust data on, prison beds and the anticipated need for beds. So I'm just surprised we don't have that, but.
Yes, Senator, we track success rate, which is the people that go to prison or don't go to prison, just to keep it very simple. That's what we track. When it comes to recidivism, there's very few places in Kansas in community corrections that they actually track recidivism, just because of the man hours required to do so.
So you have a 6-year success rate statistic on page 7, the page 7 graph, but that you're measuring success in they're not charged with a new crime. Is that correct?
This would be this is people that are assigned to community correction supervision. Success rate is the people that do not go to prison. So that's
because they're not revoked?
Correct, correct. They're not revoked to prison. So that's the simple determining factor that we're looking at. Success rate is the people that don't go to prison. The unsuccessful, they're the people that go through a revocation process and the courts order them to serve their underlying prison sentence.
And the most recent data we have is from fiscal year 2021 on the number of cases that were presumptive prison at sentencing, but then were put on community correction supervision from 2021. That doesn't make sense.
That was the most recent data that I could find. So what I would tie that to is the Department of Corrections switched from an old data management system to the new data management system. With the old system, we were receiving that information, and that's where I pulled that from. I don't believe that I have access to that information at this point with the new data management system. And that's why I couldn't go to a newer
that's
year.
Pretty stale information, I would think. It's going on, 5 years old, and, today it's a lot different than it was 5 years ago. A lot going on. And if I may, Mr. Chair, one more question. You had shared that intensive supervision, there's a gap in intensive supervision, and what did you mean there's a gap?
Sure. So when we go all the way back to the 1970s, there was a gap in the system. You had
Has the
state
gap been filled, I guess is my question.
Correct. You had state parole and you had court services. The legislator at the time felt a need for a more intensive supervision option rather than sending those people to prison, and that's when community corrections was created. So community corrections was created to fill that gap for the more intensive supervision for that higher risk population.
And going back to my first question, if you're on intensive supervision, that decision is made in conjunction with the prosecutor, or when is that decision made?
The final decision is made by the judge. The judge makes the final decision as to whether you're placed on, whether they execute your sentence or whether they place you on supervision in the community. And the judge would also have the ability to determine whether they go to court services for supervision or to community corrections.
And with input from the prosecutor in that process?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Senator Falsco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your presentation. Early on, you said that if the judges, did you say if they did not follow the guideline that more people or youth would be incarcerated? Or did you mean to say they are allowed to use their discretion? Can you elaborate? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, Senator, what we're looking at here, let's look just really quickly at Reno County. 59% of the cases we received last fiscal year, the judge had to depart from the sentencing guidelines. So had he followed the sentencing guidelines on that 59% of our population that was assigned, he would have sent those people directly to prison. We wouldn't have received those. So 59% of the time he's departing and placing people that are presumptive prison according to sentencing guidelines with community corrections for supervision in the community to give them that shot at trying to be successful in the community. And typically that is with some input from prosecution.
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple of questions if no one on the committee has further questions at the moment. Going back to the success rate, and I think in your colloquy with Senator Warren, a lot of that was clarified, but I just wanted to make sure I understood. So the success rate is determined, basically you look at the probationer and you say if for 6 years that probationer hasn't gone to prison, that's successful. Is that right?
Correct. So just to elaborate maybe a little bit more on that, typically for the people that we see in community corrections in Reno County, about a third of the population that get assigned to us never go through a revocation hearing. That's on just pretty recent data from probably the last year or two. About a third of the people that get assigned don't have a revocation hearing. They may have some positive drug tests, they may have some technical violations, but we're able to work with those things to move them through the process and get them to their successful completion. Another portion of those people that are successful, they'll go through a couple revocation hearings. They'll have drug use violations, or they'll stop reporting, or some other type of event will happen. We'll bring the case back to the courts. The judge will make a decision. For us, quite often, one the things we see are a little bit of jail time followed by some type of intervention. A lot of times we're recommending a little bit of jail time to sober them up and to secure an inpatient treatment bed. So they may go through that process a few times, but if they're able to then, get on track and do the things they need to, they can successfully complete it. So it doesn't mean that they went through without a scratch. It does mean that they've made enough progress that the courts have said, yeah, you've done a fine job and you've made the progress that we needed you to make to be considered successful. Those people that are going to prison, for Reno County, the people that go to prison are the people that get new felony convictions, person crimes, batteries, that kind of thing, or the people that constantly abscond from supervision. In other words, they just refuse. Well, because you can abscond from supervision, and most likely our courts are going to place you back on and give you another try. And they may do that a second time, but at some point they kind of get tired of the person just refusing to report, and they'll execute their sentence. So not reporting and new felony crimes are the two primary reasons we see people go to prison.
Right, so thank you for that further explanation. I think I understand, but for instance, this hypothetical, someone could be on probation, they could actually be charged and convicted of crime, but not be sentenced to incarceration, and they'd still, if they went through the 6 years, they'd be considered successful. Is that right?
Absolutely correct, sir. So we'll see that where somebody might have a drug case, be on for a drug case, and may pick up another drug case while on supervision. In those cases, the district attorney is going to have to make the decision as to what they recommend to the court, and then the court's going to have to make a decision as to whether they want to execute that sentence or whether they want to return the person to probation with some other type of intervention. We see this is common. This is not a new thing that we see. So yeah, it's certainly possible that can happen with people.
Couple other questions here. On House Bill 2329, one of the provisions increases the minimum incarceration for youth that possess or use firearms. And another one pertaining to firearms requires that they be detained before their adjudication. We had a lot of testimony in the House Corrections from prosecutors and judges and social workers involved in the area that were not just asking, they were pleading for us to do something about youth and guns. And in my own community, only a month or 6 weeks ago, we had 3 youth shot. 1 died, the other 2 critical condition. And those charged included 2 youth, two minors, and a 19-year-old. So the whole problem with youth and guns is something that is foremost on a lot of people's minds. Have you spoken with prosecutors and judges about the problems they're having? Are you hearing something different than I'm hearing?
We, for our association, we have not been talking to those partners specifically. Individual directors maybe, but we have not as an association. So part of the information that's played into this that would include maybe judges and prosecution would be, I'm also on the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, who's going to speak, I believe, next. And that was part of the conversation as they put a work group together to address those issues. That was part of the discussion, is that we were supportive of increasing that maximum incarceration, but we really wanted the people that had the most information to make those decisions. So if this is a kid out in Western Kansas and his buddies are out knocking off some mailboxes driving around and they have a rifle in the back of their truck, that may be different to law enforcement than the situation that you have explained. And so this is where we say we really want the people with the most information to have the discretion and the most options. We don't want to tie their hands, would be the way I would look at it.
Then I want to also talk about another aspect of 2329 that has to do with the juvenile residential placement. It was unclear to me, do you oppose that or not?
It's very difficult to come to a definite answer. When we discussed this just earlier this week, we have people on both sides of the fence on the issue. We know that there's a gap. We believe that something needs to be done as an association. We believe something needs to be done. We know we don't want to go back to the old system, but I believe that in general, we are supportive of some type of further exploration of that. We don't, in those early discussions, we don't have enough information to say, yes, this is what we want. We would like to be involved in that discussion, so we have input. We want to have, but we don't want to jump on and say, yes, 100% we want this, because we don't know what it looks like yet. So until we have more details to support it, that will help. If we, as an association, I believe that if we were told it's going to look just like the old system, we would not want to support that. But if you came out and said, we're going to look at the Missouri model, or we're going to look at what Johnson County is doing, and we want to replicate those things across the state, I believe our association would be supportive of those things.
Thank you for that. And yes, the issue of what these might look like is, I think, being discussed intensively, and I appreciate that. I just say that in committee, once again, I think the sense was that this problem's been going on for years, not months, and you know, something needs to be done, and it needs to happen sooner, not later. It was a sense of the committee.
I would certainly agree with that.
One question I had, I'm just a little bit confused. I think maybe you were clear, but I didn't catch it. So going to the allocation of community correction funds with the proposed new formula and so forth. And I was on the Oversight Committee on Monday, and we had a hearing on this. And as I understand from that hearing and what you're telling us this morning, that KDOC and Community Corrections, or KDOC is planning to, I take it, to hire an independent third party. Is that accurate?
Our understanding is they plan to engage with a third party to evaluate what's been proposed.
And then you talked about the difference between, I think, the monies going to adult community corrections and juveniles. Just to clarify, is that the same pot of money, or is it two separate parts?
Yes, Chairman, there's two separate grants for that. So our adult money has to be kept separate from our juvenile money. Some agencies across the state are separated, where you have an adult agency in a community and a separate juvenile agency within that community. It's two separate pools of money. The juvenile pool money, really since we saw Senate Bill 367 come out in 2016, that money has stayed pretty much flat for all those agencies. So you just get the same amount of the pie every year. So what we're saying is, just like on the adult side, where we're looking and saying we need a new allocation methodology that looks at more factors and that is really equitable across the state, we believe that the same thing needs to happen with the juvenile funding. And one of the concerns that I've continued to express is, if I find out this year that I'm gonna get a cut on my adult funding and I lay somebody off, and then next year I find out I'm getting an increase on my juvenile funding and I need to hire somebody, it's much easier for an agency, and I think much more efficient, if we know that at the same time or nearly at the same time what those allocations are going to be, so we can better plan. Because I could move a staff member around, I have options, but we would like those both addressed in the near future.
And so just one last question. So the proposed formula for that just pertain to adult corrections?
Yes, sir.
You have, the KDOC hasn't put out anything with respect to juveniles. You just think that that's something that needs to be done as well?
Yes, I do. We actually, in our Juvenile Advisory Committee, had discussed this probably 4 or 5 years ago. We did a lot of work because we knew it was an issue back then. We did a lot of work on it at that point, and it fell stagnant, and nothing's been done since. And so we again, I believe that we're all supportive within the association that we need to make a plan to move forward.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your inquiries brought up two questions, if I might. One is, could you talk about what Johnson County is doing that you said you would like to see across the state?
I'm referring to the Crisis Intervention Center that they've started, which hopefully
No, I'm aware. I just want you to.
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry. Yeah,
of-
no, I am not the expert on that. I've been able to be in the facility and get a tour of that, but what they've done is they've tried to find a solution for that gap for youth with mental health issues, behavioral health issues, that they need a short stay to get things stabilized and get services into place. One of the core issues that we look at with out-of-home placements and with this is the family needs services too. And that's one of the places we fell short in the past was we may have taken a youth out of home and placed them somewhere, got them a lot of services, really worked with them to make some improvements, but then we went and plunked them right back in the same house where no services have been provided, where no change had occurred. And we expected that these youth to make progress. One of the things that we see that Johnson County is doing that's great is they're really trying to get everyone connected, get the families connected to services, get the kids those services they need so they can quickly return them back to the home, but have those services in place to help address any needs.
Thank you. You mentioned mental health, behavioral health. Could you describe the difference for those who are following along?
Yeah, I'm not an expert in this. But what I would say is we want to be careful. You know, some of it is behavioral, some of it is diagnosable mental health issues. And so we want to make sure, you know, some of it's just a kid that's has some behavior issues that are out of control at home. And I'm not the expert to say whether that's a mental health diagnosis or not. But that's what we're trying to gather. I believe there's some money in statute under that evidence-based practices fund for those crisis there's some certain crisis stability units. But the issue is they're very hard to meet the regulations to do that. I know that Senator Owens has worked with Sedgwick County and Johnson County, I believe both, trying to get them to start one of those programs. But what they've expressed is the regulations are so difficult that they don't want to go that route. And I believe that's why Johnson County went the route they did is the regulations are different for what they're providing than for the true mental health facility that needs doctorate level people on staff at 24/7. I mean, some of these things that are really difficult to achieve.
Thank you for explaining. Since you had mentioned it, I thought it would be worthwhile you having an opportunity to explain. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one final remark is that I appreciate that the Community Corrections Association doesn't want to tie the hands of prosecutors and law enforcement, but I find it curious that the association hasn't engaged in any conversation or talks with prosecutors, and I'm assuming not with law enforcement either. So that's very surprising. So I'd encourage those conversations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fausto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as we talk about the crossover youth, and to my left here, you're right, we have the chairwoman of the Senator Gossage of the Joint Committee on Child Welfare. I really think, Mr. Chairman, we need to have a joint committee with this committee and with child welfare, because when we talk about in DCF, families first, so we're providing services for the families, but then now you're saying that those youth, you know, it's because if you give them some good skills and they go back to the same environment, it defeats the purpose. And so I don't know what you actively do with those kiddos, I'll call them that today, that are in foster homes, and then they're also in the juvenile system as well. I mean, those services should be following them family first, so to prevent their recidivism. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, Senator, just to kind of follow up on that, within community corrections, we don't have any control over the parents. So one of the things I'll say is we can work really hard to provide services, to connect them with services, whatever, not only for the youth portion and what they need, but also for the parents. But we don't have any control. So if the parent says, I'm not doing that, we don't have any control. And that's one of the differences with us compared to DCF is DCF is in a little bit different boat on how that works. Where for us, we can try, but we can't force. Yeah.
Thank you. I just commenting with respect to the issue raised by the senator. Definitely, it is an issue that pertains both to corrections and DCF. And in the House, we had 2 hearings in corrections and 1 in the Child Welfare Committee on this issue. So, yeah, I think coordination is critical there. I agree. Representative Hoya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the $728,000 funding request, enhancement request, do you have a suggestion, or are there any thoughts along with how that is allocated?
Yeah, Chairman, Representative, I believe the way the Department of Corrections would do that would be based on the current allocation methodology that they're using. That's how they would use that. If any additional funds have come over the last few years, it's been in the same way. When any additional funding has come, it's been based on their current methodology that they've been using. So that's kind of how it would come out.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, then, so the chair and I were both on the House Select Committee on Government Oversight that we met Monday with the whole day meeting devoted to discussion on the proposed KDOC funding formula. And we'll get some more information about this tomorrow, but I've been looking over this the last couple of days, and in my opinion, there are 3 severely underfunded community corrections departments that under the new formula would see greater than a 50% increase. And that total is about $525,000. So with this, I'm wondering if the committee could look deeper and see if maybe we address those severely underfunded agencies first. And maybe since there is a pause on the formula, it's not going to be implemented yet, we as a committee could review, discuss a recommendation to support this enhancement request with a special focus on those agencies. And if you would like to weigh in on that, I don't want, that's up to you, but that's been my thought on how to try to help those folks immediately.
Sure, certainly, Chairman, Representative, we would certainly be supportive of some type of action in that way. When we came up with the $728,000, that was part of our Community Corrections Advisory Committee's recommendation within the annual report to the Secretary of Corrections that was done probably around May. And so the funding formula was not in place at that point, so some of those things hadn't been done yet. There's certainly a greater need, but we also know that you have a lot of pressure on all of you to not increase taxes and to cut spending, so we want to be respectful of that.
Yes, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doing more math over here. So you mentioned the budget was 32 million. If we take the 1141 per day and then take that times 365 days, that would give us 4,165 days, or in a year, that the cost for the year. He's going, okay, whatever you say.
I would have to review that, yeah.
All right, so 32 million divided by, and again, that's just 1141 times 365 days, if that's a per diem amount. And then if you divide that by 32 million, that means each year we could be serving 7,683. Do you know how many we're serving at this point?
I do not know off the top of my head. I would have guessed to around that 7,000 to 8,000 people. Yeah, 7,000 to 8,000 people is what we would believe would be the correct amount.
Thank you very much.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on the funding request, there's been a request for, if I'm correct, an increase in funding of $728,000 for supervision. And there's 3 bullet points. One of them is maintain competitive wages. Can you tell me what percentage increase in wages, if this funding were appropriated, what that percentage would be?
Yes, Chairman, Senator. So what I would do is we kind of got to go back to the beginning. Since community corrections offices are all ran by their individual counties, the individual counties set all the pay scales. So it's different across the state. So so we can't give you it'll be this percentage of an increase for pay because it's different across the state. We're unlike state parole or court services in that fashion where they could give you an easy, hey, it's this percent, and that's what that would equal. We can't. What we see though is as state parole or court services continue to get pay increases, we see jurisdictions that continue to get outpaced. And so a person gets hired on as a community corrections officer, they get trained in the assessments, the work that we do, and then it's real easy for them to go take a job with OJA and court services because they're a great trained candidate with some experience, and they're going to go make more money. And so what we look at is we just want to try to stay competitive We're not trying to outpace anyone, but we want to be competitive so that we can provide a reasonable wage and not lose staff.
I understand. I'm just looking for information for, if we're going to be asked to increase this, we don't really have any information about what the facts on the ground are, but thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, requests to ask questions, so we're very, very appreciative of your time and the information you provided, and thank you again.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is a presentation on the Kansas Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee by the chair of that committee, Mr. Don Heimer.
Thank you.
Welcome to the J. Russell Jennings Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice. Mr. Heimer, and you have the floor.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good morning. I know you've all seen me before because I have been the chair of the JJOC, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, for this now my third year. So this is my third presentation to this group. I know the makeup may be a little different over the 3 years, but I did want to introduce myself to you in case you don't remember or weren't here last couple times. My name is Don Heimer. I'm an assistant district attorney in Johnson County, Kansas. I have been an assistant there for 35 plus years. I have spent almost all of those years working on juvenile justice and child need of care cases. I've also served on the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee since the passage of Senate Bill 367, so since 2016, 2017. I have also been on the Judicial Council Committee for Juvenile Offender and Child Need of Care since approximately 1999, working on issues and new legislation for juvenile offender and child need of care cases. So I did, and I don't say that as a resume bolsterer. I say it because I did want to share a few of the observations I have, since it'll probably be the last time I speak with this group on these issues. Is throughout the time that I've served, I've testified probably dozens of times on various pieces of legislation, testified in presentations on report outs such as today. And I feel like the challenge in juvenile justice, particularly, there's a separate challenge for child need of care. We'll talk about that crossover piece later. The challenge has always been meeting the needs of the juveniles, first and foremost, and then meeting the needs of our victims and our community, our safety, how to do that, where we go from little touch in the system, where there's not much, small crime and a small accountability, and then move to the more serious crimes where there needs to be a larger accountability. Public safety takes precedent, and we have to approach the cases in that manner. And then there are the cases in between those two. And I think most of the discussion we have, as you are already having, is those cases in the middle. Those cases where some people feel there should be a lighter touch and some people feel these are very serious public safety issues, and how each person defines that is usually where they come out on the issues that we are talking about, such as group homes or sending children to the correctional facility or sending them to group homes under the child need of care umbrella. And that's a huge challenge. It's an enormous challenge. And I appreciate all the work the legislature, you all are doing currently and the past legislatures have done. It's a big challenge. And that's why it changes a little bit over time. And it's changed numerous times in the 35 years that I've been doing this. I was around when we had the old YRC2 group homes for our juvenile offenders prior to Senate Bill 367. Obviously, I've lived through, as you all have, the changes since 367, then now some of the work we're doing to amend 367. And so With that background and just those introductory comments, I do want to share with you our annual report from the Kansas Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. I'll give you a brief overview of that committee, the work we are charged to do by statute, the results of our annual report. We had a request, and I think it's very appropriate to spend some time talking about crossover youth. And we will talk about the crossover youth program and the model that we have in place and that we are working on through the JJOC. And then I think there's always conversation about the evidence-based funds and where the monies go, and we'll talk about that along with other statistical things that are contained in our report. I did want to point out a couple things before we get straight to that point. I know there were some summary documents provided by us with regard to some bullet points and some highlights on kind of a one-pager that I know was provided for everyone. I will try to flesh out some of those things a little bit more during the course of my presentation today. And then there was a specific handout from the Crossover Youth program that's a two-pager. It was put out this summer that I think summarizes some of the work they have done. Obviously, that is part of the work that's being done under the JJOC as well. So I want to get started with the annual report. And if there are any questions, just feel free to interrupt. This is a difficult room to see what slide I'm on, but I'll try to stay on task. Okay, so the purpose of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, and I won't read the purpose statement to you, but I think there has been a bit of a misconception that it is to support Senate Bill 367. And that's really not the purpose. The purpose is to try to make sure juvenile justice and its systems and agencies, stakeholders, everybody stays well informed, that we try to improve the system wherever we can and seek good outcomes and better outcomes each year. I know Senate Bill 367 created the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, but the committee was not put in place to merely say we're going to make 367 work. It's whatever you all provide us in terms of laws with regard to juvenile justice and now some child in need of care type of legislation. And that is the purpose of the JJOC. And we meet quarterly. And we also have weekly meetings among our chairs. And we work towards this purpose. And then, of course, also the mission statement. As you all know, the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee is more or less a multidisciplinary team of folks who are stakeholders throughout the juvenile justice system. We have judges and prosecutors, folks from community corrections. Prior speaker who was just here is on our committee. There are several people on our in your committee. One I know that is on our committee as well. So we work with the legislature and we generally try to figure out what's working well and support that and offer reforms for things that might need to be changed. Our goal is to be data-driven. As you all know, there's been a lot of investment in improving the data we have. I think that's been one of the challenges and frustrations for the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee is that we don't have all of the data we want to be able to do some of the things that we are charged to do and that you all are going to want answers for. But I believe that is improving. We have a new statewide system, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Additionally, we know Kansas is a diverse state. There are big counties and small counties, and that lots of folks on our committee come from different environments, different localities, and we try to work together for the good of the entire state. As I referenced earlier, the JJOC was created after the work groups came to a place where they presented Senate Bill 367, which was put in place in 2016. And we have been working and meeting since that time. There have been a lot of changes in the way we meet, and some of the subcommittees we put in place to do the day-to-day work and day-to-day operations of the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee, as well as some full-time staff that we have that I will introduce to you shortly. Our committee is made up of 21 members. We have, as I stated, myself as the assistant district attorney. We have defense attorneys. We have Department of Corrections, representatives of the governor's office, legislators, district judges, police chief, law enforcement, court services. Just run the range of multidisciplinary officials, and we work together. We did a few years ago add a staff member who really oversees and runs a lot of what we do, and that's Matt Billinger, who's here with me. How long has it been, Matt? 3 years ago, we moved from being just something run completely by the members, which many of our members, including myself, have other full-time duties. So it has been extremely beneficial to have Matt, and do not be surprised if I refer to him for some of the specifics about what's going on, because he is very much the expert in the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. So, as I mentioned, within those 21 members, we have created subcommittees. We have 4 primary subcommittees that we have put in place really just over the last 3 or 4 years. We have a data subcommittee that defines performances and measures outcomes and is working feverishly to try to improve the data that we have. When we started, we were looking for data on things such as recidivism, juvenile justice related numbers. Now, with the crossover youth piece, we obviously also need to have data from the child in need of care side of things, children who are coming in to out-of-home placement and are in DCF custody, when those folks pick up juvenile offender charges, or if they come the other way from the offender to the sink side of things. And so data is critical. This committee is working hard. It's chaired by Judge York from Wyandotte County, and she's been working hard with KDOC and OJA to get the numbers that we need to give you the data that you will need to assess how these programs are working. We also have a communications subcommittee. One of the things that we found as we were struggling to disperse all of the monies that were in the evidence-based fund is that there was a challenge making sure all of our communities knew of the programs and the monies that were available and how to access them. And so that's the work of our communications subcommittee, along with putting together the annual report that you have received. Reinvestment subcommittee. This subcommittee works on recommendations with regard to where the monies in the evidence-based fund should be spent. And then those recommendations, as you know, go to the Department of Corrections, which then get worked into a budget, which then goes through the budget process that you all are very familiar with. And then finally, the most recent subcommittee we have added is our legislative subcommittee. And in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been more and more requests for legislation regarding juvenile justice and what would essentially be amendments to Senate Bill 367. And as a result, we wanted to have individuals other than the chair or the vice chair who could come and speak to the legislature as needed. So we create a legislative subcommittee with a chair that can serve that function and come and testify when necessary. That subcommittee has also put into place a work group for House Bill 23, I believe it's 2329, with regard to that pending piece of legislation, and they've been working on that as well. There are a few key terms. As you know, in government, you're very familiar with acronyms. So evidence-based funds and evidence-based procedures and practices, very important to what we do in the juvenile justice system. If something is to be funded or is to be approved, it is generally necessary that it be an evidence-based practice that has been recognized as such, which generally means there's been some research and is shown to be effective across some communities within the United States, and therefore it's something that would be likely to be successful within our community. We have a notice to appear, NTA, that we use in the juvenile justice world, and this is a little confusing in my opinion because it's similar to an NTA that you might get if you got a speeding ticket. You might get an NTA to appear in court, a notice to appear. If you don't appear for your speeding ticket, you would have potentially a warrant issued for your arrest or other consequences. This notice to appear is similar to a citation, but it's different in the sense that this is for you to go to your juvenile intake and assessment center or juvenile intake and assessment services and meet with them, and they will assess the child to see what the needs are. Instead of having law enforcement spend their time immediately after arrest or contact with law enforcement, taking them to the facility and then waiting through that process. So it's better for juveniles and it's better for law enforcement because it gets them back to doing law enforcement stuff rather than sitting with children as they are being assessed. And then finally, another key term is the Immediate Intervention Program, often referred to as the IIP. And this program is most analogous, and most people would refer to it in a similar way to a diversion program, but it's a little bit different because it's a specific statutory creation under the Juvenile Justice Code. And this gives juveniles the opportunity to receive services in their home, and in many instances, they do not need to even have court intervention. It's handled through maybe a juvenile intake area, or it is handled through a pre-file services, maybe through a district attorney's office, or with a memorandum of understanding through a DA's office, court services, or JIAC services. Okay, so for this year, some of the things that we wanted to share with you that are some key achievements and things that we feel like are moving and rolling in the right direction. We have a first year, no pun intended, a first year of rolling grants, and that has been successful in getting more funds available throughout the year. That started last year, and since July of 2024, we've awarded $7.5 million. We recommended $34 million be funded to the community for programming. So one of the challenges, as you know, each year is to spend the dollars that are in the evidence-based fund as that evidence-based fund was swelling and not reducing. One of the reasons it swells is even though we will approve $34 million, any given year we may only disperse 20, 25 million of that, so there'll be a $10 million rollover. Many communities, when we send them their grants, it's an anticipation of what they might need. The need may not be what they anticipate. Therefore, if they need $100,000 for a program, they may only spend $50,000, and $50,000 comes back to the fund. I'll try to explain that in greater detail when we hit the slides about the evidence-based fund. But that's one of the reasons the actual accounting versus the practical estimates on the fund usually do not align from year to year. We also began this year steps to improve the use and application of the KDAI, which is the detention assessment tool that we use in Kansas throughout the state, and working to make sure that there is proper public safety involved in those decisions. There's no racial disparities in the tool, and to have that fully vetted. We also began working towards, as I stated, that increased data fidelity and all of our systems communicating with each other. As you'll learn when we get to the part about the crossover youth, our systems of DCF, OJA, and KDOC previously had not communicated very well together with regard to their data sharing. We're working to make that better. I think the Odyssey system is designed to improve that, and then hopefully it does. We have had some indications that that is improving. Our work group has had very good cooperation from all those agencies working with each other towards the goal of being able to share that information more effectively. One of the things I did want to discuss, although it's becoming somewhat dated, but I know it's important because it was done for a reason. In 2020, there was a post-legislative audit, and there were some things that they said needed to be improved within the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee. One, or things that need to be done and implemented. One was monitoring KDOC expenditures. We have always done that, and we continue to do that. We work hand in glove with KDOC, and I do not see that as an issue. We work to maintain and monitor training efforts so that everyone in the system has a better understanding of what the JJOC offers, what things are current within the juvenile justice procedures. We also worked to increase the training for defense counsel. I'll talk a little bit more about that with the partnership that we have with the Galt Center. Data review and improvement, and then analyze gaps in the juvenile justice system. All of these things are just items that we generally take care of in the course of our day-to-day operations. And then reviewing the detention risk assessment data, which I told you that had been vetted, and that has been accomplished in the last year. So in terms of how we are on that, the partially implemented, as I stated, is the data. Probation extensions, as you all know, you all allowed extensions of probation as an amendment to the Juvenile Justice Code, and also allowed case length limit extensions, and also the ability to more quickly and immediately sanction a probationer for a violation for specified periods of time. We have not had time to analyze fully the results of that, but that is something that is ongoing. There were also the work on mental health partners, working on mental health treatment and making sure that mental health issues are addressed as part of any juvenile justice involvement, particularly those individuals who may end up in a detention facility. So we are also, whenever there is an issue between KDOC and OJA, one of the duties of the Juvenile Justice Oversight is to step in and moderate that. Honestly, that has not been an issue where we've had to exercise that duty. One of the things that has been put in place is that we have worked to work on disparities within the mental health system among juveniles that are involved. We had work groups formed to interpret results in the aftermath of the opioid response network and working on all of those. And as you all are aware, there is also the Stepping Up initiative that we are a part of to work on mental health issues. And that obviously works with a bunch of Kansas agencies, KDOC, Department for Aging, Disabilities, the Kansas Department for Children and Families, DCF, and then also Health and Environment. Did also want to discuss with you, and I think within the juvenile justice world, there are a lot of misunderstandings, and there's a lot of misunderstandings about the role and what the Juvenile Justice Oversight Committee does. One of the things that has come up, and I've kind of alluded to it with some of my earlier comments, is that the JJOC is not spending any of the fund. We're not spending the money we have, and it was building and getting to this place. And I know the legislature did sweep some money from it or reallocate some of those dollars. A couple things about that: JJOC is not spending the money. JJOC cannot spend any money. We have no ability to spend anything. We make recommendations to the KDOC, which becomes part of the KDOC's budget, which is then presented through the budget process. We do have a duty, and I think we're fulfilling it well, of getting information out to the various corrections advisory boards, the communities that we have, cities, nonprofits, that there are dollars available if you put in for grants. Likewise, we have been spending money, but as I said, much of the money spent comes back because I think our folks are good stewards of the money and they make their best estimate on what they will need, but they don't always spend all the money that's allocated to them. And so each year, some of the money comes back. One of the things that was a little misleading about the last couple of years is we had some 2-year grants. So some of the dollars looked a little different, but ultimately we have been spending at a rate, and we will give you some graphs on that a little later. Additionally, a lot of people felt the intent of Senate Bill 367 was to stop incarcerating youth. That's not what it was. It never said that. It never purported to do that. The goal was to divert low-risk offenders from being deeper in the system and to incarcerate the appropriate youth. And that's where I talked about in my introduction, where the challenge is low-risk youth. We have a good system for dealing with them. High-risk youth, you know, the off-grid murders, the rapes, the aggravated robberies, you know, the high-level felonies. I think the system does a good job with those. It's those middle, fairly serious charges. Many people would call them very serious charges, drive-by shootings, pointing guns at one another. Those things are the mid-level. And so those are serious, but the system struggled with how to deal with those in the aftermath of 367. So when you look at what the goal of Senate Bill 367 and now the JJOC is to just make sure that the proper individuals are being incarcerated if they form or pose a risk to the community and they cannot safely be at home. Those individuals need to be locked up. Senate Bill 367 did not say that shouldn't happen. There may be a debate about where that line is drawn, but if it's serious enough to have public safety compromised, that person needs to be incarcerated. Okay, so one of the ways that we evaluate when someone needs to be incarcerated, at least initially, is through the intake and assessment process. It's important that all juvenile offenders go through this process, or as many of them as possible. Next few slides are going to talk a little bit about those numbers and how many folks are being assessed through the child needed care system and the juvenile justice system. And you can see we're pretty flat since 2022 on this graph. So we're running upper 6,000s to lower 7,000s for offenders, and then around 3,000 to 4,000 for the child needed care. I mentioned the fact that we have a notice to appear process for having those folks assessed. It's important to note that that only works when law enforcement issues the notices to appear. That's how the families know to bring their folks in. We have been running a little more than half that are issued a notice to appear. As I stated, using the notice to appear helps the youth and helps the LEOs. I know from work within the committee that there are some communities where using the notice to appear process is easier and more efficient than it is in other locations. So that would account for why it is not implemented at a higher rate, although of course we would like to see it at a higher rate, but certainly it is good that more than half of the juveniles who have involvement with law enforcement are issued a notice to appear. The other option is taking them to the detention center. And then they're assessed, and that is appropriate when it's appropriate. It's appropriate when there's public safety issues, but when it is not necessary, it is best to use the notice to appear that we have. So if we issue them a notice to appear, do they show up? Because I've told you nothing happens to you if you don't show up. You're not arrested or anything. But the good news is the data shows us that the juveniles and their families do show up if they're issued a notice to appear. And you can see that really that's been since 2019, it's been over 80% But as you can see, over the last 3 or 4 years, it's been bumping right up to 90%. And last year, we were at 89% of folks issued notices to appear did go to their assessment centers to be assessed. And I think this is a critical piece of making sure that juveniles are assessed and all these programs that are in place are offered to the families as needed. All right, so when they do go to the juvenile intake and assessment centers, what happens to them? Where do they go? Do they go home? Do they go to detention? Are there other places they go? I think this graph outlines that the majority, the overwhelming majority, go home with a parent or guardian. Approximately 4% enter some form of foster care. 21% are detained. So approximately 25% that are assessed at JIAC for potential detention are actually detained. And then there are some other smaller outcomes. This is where DCF comes into play, and some group homes or relatives. Every once in a while, a juvenile can be in the juvenile detention facility even though they're not a juvenile anymore. They may have committed a crime when they were 17 and a half. They didn't get arrested on that till they were over 18. So occasionally a juvenile who's no longer legally a juvenile, but a juvenile offender, can be released to themselves. So all of those options are reflected in this graph. When juveniles enter into the system and are adjudicated, they receive an assessment of their need, and this is called the youth level of supervision services. And this graph indicates that the overwhelming majority of the offenders that we see are in the low and moderate risk category, whether that's those supervised by court services through OJA or community corrections through departments of corrections throughout the state. The YLSs are almost always post-adjudication. Now, these numbers will not necessarily mesh with all the other numbers because they're not juvenile specific. They're based on number of YLS evaluations that are performed, and one juvenile can have many YLS performed in a year depending on their activity in any particular year. So if you look, this graph kind of shows you in another way how few of our juveniles fall into that high risk category, and then the other three categories, and particularly the bottom two, moderate and low, are the overwhelming majority of what we see throughout the state. So case filings is another way we monitor things that are going on. Do not ask me to explain the drop from 2022 to 2023. I am not sure that I can explain that. It was a significant drop. I think there may have been some data issues, but we've been pretty consistent the last 3 years with the number 2,000 to 3,000 of the misdemeanor filings and around 1,500 or so average on the felony filings. This is, as you can see, since 2017 and the full implementation of Senate Bill 367, these numbers have been in steady decline with a slight uptick the last couple of years. So intermediate or immediate intervention programs that I talked to you about in the introduction. This is where we can handle some of those low-risk juveniles who've committed less serious offenses, keep them out of the system in terms of going to court, but yet have an accountability. Things such as do community service. If it's a drug-related offense or an alcohol-related offense, get programming and help for those individuals who need that. And so you can see these numbers are increasing. They hit a high in 2023. Overwhelmingly successful. The IIP programs work well. They should work well because these are the lowest risk folks we have. So if we're putting the right people into the IIP programs, they should be successful. It's good programming, and generally, it is successful. If an IIP is unsuccessful, the procedure in most counties, including the county where I am, is that then you go back to court and you may end up with an adjudication because you didn't complete the IIP programming that you were asked to do. Okay, cross-systems collaboration is the next topic I wanted to discuss with you. Obviously, there are a lot of systems that we already have in place that serve juveniles and their families in Kansas. We're going to talk more about the crossover youth model, so I'll move on from that. But juvenile defense is a key piece. It was something that was identified back during the original work groups in 2015. I know all of you are familiar with the shortage of lawyers in parts of the state. Many juvenile offenders in some of the focus groups that I've heard from and been a part of some of their trainings. There are some juvenile defense attorneys who are local practitioners who have no real expertise and maybe not even a lot of interest in juvenile, but they are lawyers, so they get appointed to some of our juvenile offenders. That's something we'd like to see end, but I know there's a practicality of how many attorneys there are in certain locations. Probably never popular to call for more lawyers in the world, but it is sometimes necessary, and we are suffering a shortage for lawyers to represent juvenile offenders in some of our communities. We have been working with the Galt Center on this, and there's a statewide initiative, and they have, in the last year, made great strides in putting together lots of work groups and lots of educational pieces, and I think they're looking to roll out some recommendations with regard to improving the condition of juvenile defense throughout the state. We obviously also work with, as I mentioned before, Stepping Up, the functional family therapy folks, behavioral work groups, and JAG-K. So there's a lot of collaboration that goes on to try to make the system better. Okay, now we'll talk about the evidence-based program, or the evidence-based program account. So the funds that are always subject to lots of conversation, and I'll do my best to answer questions that you would have on this. I have some slides that show kind of the dollars spent when the fund reaches practical zero and to be refunded each year. But I did want to point out that the evidence-based funds by statute in Senate Bill 367, the funds are to be used to keep children in their homes, okay? If you recall, the dollars that were put into evidence-based funds were part of an accounting for when we closed the group homes originally. All of the money that the state was spending on group homes went into the evidence-based practice fund. And that was where that dollar figure came from. So within the statute, it stated that the dollars had to be spent on programs designed to keep and support the children in the community in their home. Now, we've deviated from that a little bit with some of the things that have been put in place. They were also supposed to originally be justice-involved youth only, which meant they had to have a case filed. We've loosened that up, or you all loosened that up with some legislative language that allows it to include children in need of care and those at risk of becoming juvenile offenders, which is good, but it still is designed to help children stay at home. So if we're wanting to fund things that don't have the children at home, the evidence-based fund statutory language will need to be changed because that's what it's supposed to be. And it's supposed to be justice-involved youth. So we've earmarked some things that don't technically meet that. JAG-K, some youth ranches, even the crisis centers don't match that, right? Because by definition, a crisis center is the child removed from home, albeit short. But that language, and it was specifically amended a little bit for the crisis center, and that was an old Senate Bill 127 several years ago. So, as I said, the savings from those programs, put that in place. All expenditures are to be for juvenile offenders and their families, those experiencing behavioral health crises and their families. The expanding to the families was a very good amendment to allow parents to get travel vouchers and other things to try to get to services. So expanding those dollars has been very helpful. And then just generally, we have more and more grants that we're working on. It's important to remember when you see dollars spent, there are local grants that run through the JCABs that I think you heard a little bit about before. And then there are statewide programs like the Crossover Youth Program. Each are funded through this evidence-based fund, but some are set figures that go to statewide initiatives. Others are dispersed county by county, or more appropriately, judicial district by judicial district. And that's important to remember when we start looking at the processes here. So the way this works through the JJOC on this chart, this flow chart will show you that there needs to be an identified need, and then that need is brought through our JJOC Reinvestment Subcommittee. They would make recommendations as to the funding of a program. That decision is then brought to the full JJOC for recommendation, and then that is built into the KDOC agency budget. And then KDOC may negotiate for those services or establish the grant. Some grants, remember, are local, so they're going to go through local JCABs, Juvenile Corrections Advisory Boards. And then even in some instances, it doesn't even have to go through the JCABs. It can go to localities and individual 501c3s and other folks that have put in for the grant process. And then they work with the evidence-based program to start up. And then that, once it is started, that is delivered. If it is a local initiative or a local grant, it's then delivered by the folks who put in for the grant in the local communities from which it came. So here are the approved allocations over the last several years. So remember, approved allocations means these are the monies that were authorized to be spent. They weren't all spent. This was the dollars authorized to be spent. So in 2022, it was 19 million.
Let me interrupt.
Yes,
Just
yes.
for clarity. You say authorized by the legislature or authorized by your committee?
Remember, we can't authorize anything
I understand that, but when you say authorized, what do you mean?
in the budget process. So the process, as I understand it, is that we, the JJOC, make recommendation to the KDOC, who write that into the budget, and then it goes through the budget process. So there would be a line item in the KDOC budget that would be the evidence-based fund allocations. So that would be then approved by you all, then sent to the governor.
And that's what you mean by authorized?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. I just verified, is the amount we recommend to KDOC.
Senator Warren, I think, has follow-up.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. So then if it's appropriated in the budget, then it is then allocated to KDOC, and then KDOC determines how much on page, well, on that slide, I don't see a page number, where those funds are spent. So JJOC then asks KDOC to spend this money here and there?
So the way it works is those needs are identified. Maybe I'll go back to this last one. So when the needs are identified, they are brought to the JJOC. Then we work up recommendations based on the needs. So for instance, if someone says we're having a rash of juveniles charged with possession of fentanyl. So we want an aggressive drug treatment court, which we have in our county. So then they say, we need $60,000 or $100,000 to run a drug court. That would be something that a local JCAB would take from, they would get approval by their JCAB that could.
Department of, oh, excuse me, sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Department of Corrections would identify the need to fund the drug court? I was going to say, I don't think that's how that happens.
No, it comes through, we can be made aware of a need from a locality. So that's brought to our subcommittee. The need is identified by our multidisciplinary team, or a locality brings it to our team to make a request for an amount of money. And then the grant process would say, we'll have these funds available for the JCABs to ask for, I can't think, that's not very artful, that they would request dollars for this program. And then that is approved or disapproved by KDOC, not the JJOC, although we make recommendations. Does that make sense?
But if you could follow that through, so once KDOC says, we agree with your committee that this needs to be spent in a certain locale for a certain purpose, that still has to come to the legislature, or is?
Yes. Falls within the amount we've allocated. It's only how, if there's $10 million there, it's only how each of those 10 million is spent. It's not whether the 10 million is spent.
I'm still confused. I still don't understand. Once KDOC agrees with your committee, what happens?
Okay, so if we agree that we're going to allocate this year $37 million, there's $37 million in the fund. That fund is my understanding is its own line item in the KDOC budget. And so if you approve the full line item budget, then you're not approving each individual thing. KDOC is deciding how to spend that money.
Right. And to what extent is the legislature involved in that, or is that money just allocated then pursuant to orders by KDOC?
Well, it's earmarked for the evidence-based fund, so it's just written into their budget. That's how, when it was presented and the amount was large, the legislature took 10 million out last year.
Right. Representative Hoy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I can attest that in transportation and public safety budget that we do have discussions about this fund. And as mentioned, the legislature did appropriate some funding outside of the traditional grant approval process last year. So these discussions do happen, and there are line items for the appropriated amounts, but we don't go in committee line by line and say whether or not we agree with those grant proposals, but that is definitely something that we see through the budget process.
Thank you. Yeah, you can proceed now. Thank you.
Thank you. So we did want to give an example of a percentage of dollars spent and unexpended dollars. So just to make everything clear as mud, we were 37 million was allocated. We only had 16 million applied. 16 million was not applied for, but 22 million was approximately, as this graph indicates. And then of those funds, the 22 million that were allocated, only 11, I'm sorry, only 10.7 million was spent, 11.9 million remained unexpended. So if you look back at this, we allocated 37 million. 22 million was sought and given out to the localities. Within the localities and the grant recipients, only 10.7 million was spent. So that means 16 plus basically 27 went back into the fund. There's some 2-year, and some of the confusion is there are some 2-year grants in here. So the dollar figures are larger because some were granted on a 2-year basis versus a 1-year basis. Okay. I'm sure that was very helpful. If you Ask a lawyer to do numbers, you're going to be in trouble. All right, so the beginning balance coming into the new year will be 45 million. There were 37 million allocated. That leaves 7.9 million in the fund at the end of the year. However, as I've told you, even though it's allocated, some was not requested and then some was not spent. So I want to share with you the official, kind of what you would call an accounting recommendation, which you have to remember, if we can't, even though we know if we allocate a nice round number like 20 million, we know probably at most what's going to go out to the communities is 10 or 11 million. But accounting wise, we cannot put out more than we have. So in other words, you can't count on the fact that money will come back in. So if you look at the true accounting of the evidence-based fund projections based on our allocations, it would be in the red by 2029. However, looking at what I think is a more accurate projection predicated upon spending trends versus just strict accounting, the evidence-based fund will still have monies in it beyond 2030. However, we can't guarantee that that money is always going to, it has traditionally always come back, but we can't guarantee that. So I hope that makes some sense and explains a little bit why the fund stays at a level that true accounting would say it doesn't have.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, the legislature did appropriate some funds to some good things from the evidence-based program fund. But I guess seeing the projections, what is your recommendation? Do we need to be more careful about protecting that funding? Would like a little more information on that,
Sure.
please.
Well, obviously, we would like to not have the fund, have it go to other sources because it was earmarked for juvenile justice programming. Going back to this is the official accounting of what will happen. Now, we know practically it probably won't happen quite that quickly, but it is eventually going to happen. And so, yes, I hate to see our providers and our folks, and I know this isn't exactly what's happened, I hate for them being punished because they're being very frugal with the money and sending it back. I think that's a good thing when government does that. And so that's what our folks are doing. If they don't spend it, they send it back. And that's because any given year, my example of a fentanyl problem, well, that's going to be predicated on what happened the last 6 months. Maybe the next 6 months, you don't have as much of that. So you're not going to fill up those programs. You're not going to spend as much money as you thought you would on that particular program. So the money comes back and then it's there for whatever the next issue is. We created the rolling grants to try to make it quicker so that the money would get to the communities quicker so you could address the issues as they come up. The one thing I've learned in 35 years of juvenile prosecution is there's a new trend of juvenile crime every month. It's whatever the next TikTok thing now, it moves faster than ever now. We have the TikTok thing where go in and vandalize your bathroom at your school. That was a thing, and we had a whole bunch of those cases come up. We have the steal the certain make of an automobile, and that was a TikTok thing, and they showed you how to do it. So these things come up quickly, and so juvenile trends move a little quicker. They come and they go a little quicker than they do, in my opinion, on the adult side. Okay, so. Oh, yes.
Representative Hoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment then on that because when we do see the budget, it does appear to be a large pot of money there that doesn't change frequently. And I think it's just based on the time of year that we're seeing that budget. So this has been very helpful to be able to communicate why it appears that way. And it does seem like we need to be more protective of that. Thank you.
very glad to hear you say that, because as I'm speaking it, I'm not sure it's super helpful, but I hope it is, because it is a result of being very respectful of the money and spending it back and sending it back. And I think that's what we want people to do. Okay. So obviously, we've spent a little time on this, and I won't belabor this, but obviously moving forward, as the representative indicated, we would like to see these dollars stay for what they're earmarked for. And I think if at some point it becomes necessary to change the definition of where it can go, I think we need to make sure we change the definition within the statute so that we're not sending something to a program that might be a very, very good program but doesn't meet the current definition of what the evidence-based dollars are supposed to go to. You know, we have, you know, and I think crisis centers or a version of the crisis center is a great example, or mental health placements or something. Those are very necessary and very much important, but they are out-of-home placements, right? The child's not at home, so technically not really on all fours with the definition for the use of the evidence-based fund. Okay, now I know you all, and I want to be mindful of time, I'm about out, but I know that you wanted to discuss the crossover youth model, and I am really far behind, so I apologize. The crossover youth model, we do have, it was launched in Kansas in 2020. We worked originally with Georgetown University. They helped get it off the ground. It was in Sedgwick County originally, and then Sedgwick County merged in with our launch for Montgomery, Shawnee, and Sedgwick County. Those 3 counties are fully implemented now, and it's going to be expanded in the coming year to include 3 additional counties, which are Atchison, Franklin, and Saline. And basically, I think you all know this, but just as a quick primer, who is a crossover youth? If you're 10 or older and you have any concurrent involvement in the child welfare system and the juvenile justice system. So you've got a foot in both camps. That would be a crossover youth. And I think it's always important to remember that a youth can move from foster care, abused or neglected, while they're in foster care, they commit a crime, then they're crossover youth, right? And that was for years and years, and prior to 367, that was the common migration from to be a crossover youth, which is you started as a child in need of care in the foster care system, and then, like many of our youth do, some bad decisions, and maybe you end up with a juvenile offender case. So now you're a crossover youth. Post 367, we had more youths being in detention for hitting mom or dad, and mom and dad saying at the end of the day, you can't come home. And then if mom and dad say they can't come home, what are they by definition? They are a child in need of care. So now you have a migration from offender to child in need of care. And that really didn't exist before, because we had, where would we have sent those offenders who couldn't go home prior to 367? We would have sent them to a juvenile offender group home so that they could have addressed the offender needs instead of putting them into our abuse and neglect system. So the migration for crossover youth, I believe, and that was just my comment, by the way, I believe is more challenging now because the migration is both directions. Whereas previously it used to be primarily child in the foster care system commits a crime, whether low-level crime or a serious crime, and that's how they ended up in both systems. So I want to go to the goals, and I know what the goals, the 4 goals: reduction in the number of youth crossing over. So I think primarily that's going to be most effective if we are looking at children in the foster care system, helping them to not be in a position where they commit crimes, and then children who are in the juvenile justice system trying to empower parents to be at a place where they can have those children back home. when that's appropriate. And that would be mainly lower level crimes. The higher level crimes then should not come into the child need of care system because it's not a proper fit. The overall reduction of youth placed in out-of-home care is one of the goals of the crossover youth. And I always put a caveat with that. I always say, we only want the appropriate children in out-of-home care. I don't think we want to just, the goal isn't to reduce the number. The goal is ultimately to reduce the number as fewer people commit crimes and are in situations where they need to be removed. But you don't, it's not a numbers game. It's what's the appropriate person to be out and out-of-home placement. And then within the crossover youth, which deals a lot with children in need of care, congregate care or group homes are never the preference for abused or neglected children. We would prefer them to be in non-congregate care. And then obviously, and always as a part of what we're looking at, is to make sure that there's no disproportionate representative of youth of color within any of the systems that we have. So what have they done in the 4 or 5 years that they've been working on this? There's a state level data sharing. There's a memorandum of opinion or memorandum of understanding between DCF, OJA, and KDOC with specifically sharing this information so that they can track the number of children that meet this definition. There's a statewide policy team. There is a coordinator in each of these pilot projects. There is a statewide crossover youth toolkit. We have expanded the education and awareness among all the parties who are engaged in KDOC and DCF policies. I'm kind of moving along because there's not a lot of time, and I do want to leave time for your questions. One of the reasons it took a while for us to get to where we are today is obviously immediately after this was put in place, COVID hit, and so 2020 and 2021 were a challenge. The other thing that they have done is that each of the pilot programs was built from the ground up, and it was built so that it could be easily transferred to another county. So we're going to test, I guess, the mobility of that programming as we bring on these 3 new counties. We're hopeful that it's just kind of a take what we've done, plug it in here, and it should have a very fast ramp up. But that meant the first sets of crossover youth programs took a long time to build. So like I said, it's fully implemented in Sedgwick County. The feedback has been good. I think they're making progress. One of the primary feedback things is always the cooperation and collaboration between the 2 systems, working on common language, just getting rid of acronyms and having a language that suits both. Montgomery County and Shawnee County, very similar, working on training protocols and data collection. For monitoring of the success of the crossover youth, the data collection is going to be key. We've been below par on data collection, and we're hopeful with all these new programs in place, Odyssey and what have you, that we're going to be better at tracking those things. Again, when you have the feedback from the various locations, it's communication and relationships are better. So these folks who used to be kind of siloed and not communicate well with one another communicate better, and they create better outcomes for the children involved. Okay. Any questions on the crossover youth?
Are you finished with your comments? Should we open it up for questions on anything?
I think we can. I had a few other things, but I think they pertained mostly to some more information on the crossover youth model, which I think I've discussed at an adequate level. So yes, any questions on anything is fine. Chairman, thank you.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question about the crossover. I'm just curious why it was just implemented in certain counties. Why not an overall implementation?
I think that's a great question. Obviously, we want to make sure children who are in both systems are getting what they need in any county. There was the Georgetown had a model. Georgetown University put together a model of how to handle crossover youth cases and how to build that up. And a pilot program was decided by the JJOC as the best way to proceed rather than trying to ramp up the whole state at once.
So then it would beg the question, do you know where we are on adding more counties?
Well, we're adding 3 more this year.
Right?
So, and I think the 3 we're adding this year is to test how quickly what they built in the original 3 counties, the way they built it was an idea that it could be very quickly implemented in other counties. So if it goes really well, taking what they built and implementing it in the new counties, then I think the goal is to implement it in more and more counties at a much quicker rate.
And do we have a number for how many crossover youth that we have today in the state of Kansas?
That's one of the data.
That would be helpful to know. Thank you very much.
We've been asking for it for a long time.
Thank you. Thank you,
So,
Mr.
yes,
Chair.
it's very important. One of the reasons it's not there is because until we put this in place, we didn't have a good definition.
Excuse me, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Heimer, for your presentation. You had talked in the beginning about, of your presentation, key terms, and
Yes.
I was at a roundtable with stakeholders in Sedgwick County a couple of weeks ago, and particularly in Wichita, and one of the key terms that I heard used that was shocking and surprising to me, I think it would surprise most Kansans as well, the night-to-night population. And that is, I believe, youth in the child in need of care system that have different placements night to night, and some of them are still, I believe, sleeping in offices. And we heard numbers, I don't recall what they were now, but at this point in the new fiscal year 2026, I think the numbers are 3 times what they were for all of fiscal year 2025. So is anything that's happening in the crossover youth practice model that's going on in Sedgwick County helping with that? And if not, why? I mean, why is there this huge issue in Sedgwick County?
Well, I'll try to answer it generally. I don't know the specifics of Sedgwick County. The challenge for
I'm only asking about Sedgwick County particularly because it is in part of your presentation about how the crossover youth program is being implemented.
Oh, certainly, certainly. And I think any program that seeks to work with crossover youth would want to do away with that population. In the counties that I'm familiar with, and I'm sure this is true in Sedgwick County, and maybe this is what they shared, you have juveniles who are crossover youth, which means they have a juvenile offense, and maybe one of those juvenile offenses is a person crime or a crime of violence. The foster care system is set up for folks who signed up to take care of abused and neglected children. So when they put out a request to the foster families, will you accept this 16-year-old who's violent? There's not a placement. So they go into congregate care or overnights, as we call them in our county, overnights, and they are just there until the contractor, which is KVC or someplace else, is other providers in other parts of the state, St. Francis or whatever, they have to try to find a placement that's appropriate. So then you have group homes, again, which were defined and made for abused and neglected children that are now being asked to accept someone whose primary reason they're in the system is because they're a juvenile offender. And so that's why those folks end up having overnights or night-to-night stays, is as that provider is trying to locate an appropriate foster care setting, people are not accepting them into their homes. And I don't know what the population is in some of the group homes, but some of the group homes are afraid to bring them in and have a mix of population with a potentially violent offender with a child who is there only because they have been abused or neglected.
Well, I would think there needs to be some better solution than, well, let's have them stay the night in an office. So,
Well, I know that there are many, I'm pretty sure that in our county, we have a facility that's a congregate care facility that has one-night stays available to it. It's kind of a resource issue, though, because that's really hard to plan for, and it's hard to create a group home or a congregate care that's not long-term, or at least long enough term to have budget processes and what have you.
well, we just heard about, 36 million, 37 million approved allocation recommendations. Could some of that be used for?
Not by the definition that's currently there, because that, where the money has to go for what? Keeping the child at home. By definition, these children are not at home. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, that's a challenge. And again, so if we amended, it would just, it could be changed, but as it exists now, those dollars are for keeping the children at home with local services.
Representative Hoy, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be interested, this might be a question for our research, because I know in Johnson County, child in need of care cases that would count as an overnight stay in an office, they do have in the Youth Family Services Center bedrooms and stay areas for those children. And I wonder, for other counties, is that the same? Because when we hear sleeping in offices, I think it sounds like they're like in a sleeping bag on the floor in a cubicle. Are there areas where that is happening with the kids, or do all the counties have similar setups like Johnson County does?
Can't really address that. I know because of the fact there was a time when those things were happening. We do have some beds in our juvenile intake and assessment center for children in need of care, and our new crisis facility can also meet that need if the parents will agree, hey, can't come home, and we say, can we put him or her in this crisis center for 3 to 5 days and try to get programming in place. They can go into that facility. And that's a segment of the population that used to be the overnights. We also have a congregate care facility, I think it's referred to as the Q, in Johnson County and in our general area that accepts children on an overnight. So yes, they are overnights, but they are not sleeping, to my understanding, in offices or cubicles. Now, there may be places that's happening.
Well, and thank you. And that's, I think I would like to see if we can look into that. We have some staff available to maybe look into that and help us understand. Because again, it's not ideal, but I do feel comfortable that in Johnson County, kids are provided with a safe and secure and comfortable place to sleep. But I want to make sure that's the same way statewide. And yes, maybe there's something more that we can do to improve those facilities if they're not.
Right, so we heard quite a lot of testimony about the office situation, and it was a situation where the foster care homes, it's not just even a situation that they're told about the juvenile and said no. We heard fairly graphic testimony from the foster care situation where they actually had the youth. They were threatening. They came back 3 times because law enforcement wouldn't take them away. And we had repeated testimony to that effect, that this problem of literally kids in offices is a real problem in the state, from my understanding. Representative Schlingensiepen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. What is the definition of home in the statute?
Well, it's with, so it's not the.
Home anywhere defined as being with your biological parents, in other words.
It's parents or guardian. Removal, basically it's defined in the negative. It's not being at home, it's defined as removal.
So if
removed from
in a real
your
circumstance, we could create a home with 2 people serving as parents for a youth that has no home or functional parents, could that then not become their home and thus be eligible for funding? I'm not talking about congregate care, just to be clear.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. No, I don't believe so, because a child has legal parents until those rights are terminated or in some way removed from the parents, which can only be done for unfitness. So it would be a challenge.
I think there's some evidence of unfitness.
Many times there is, but
I think that's something that we, need to consider, because we're not talking about chickens and how much cage size they need, but human beings and youth, and we have to, and this is no criticism of you or your presentation at all. I'm just thinking, what does one have to create to provide the kind of stability, support, guidance that youth need, that somehow escapes past mistakes and kind of leads to some kind of future? And where I'm kind of going with this is, there are some models that were discussed earlier that exist, possibly, that might be adaptable in our state. But some of those models are government-run models and not privatized models. So could you create an ideal environment that would be economically feasible or not? And I'm just asking a philosophical question. I don't really expect an answer. I just want you to understand where my thinking about this is going, because you stated in the beginning, I thought rather eloquently, you've been doing this work an awfully long time, and at this point we have a real problem, and we want to find a solution, but we don't just want to do something that doesn't have some foundation and something that has some proven success. It should also be something that is rooted in an understanding of what a child, a youth needs to be successful.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very, very cogent comment, particularly as we look to, because we're starting with the premise that these children who are spending the night, they're already away from home. Right? So that decision by one of the systems, either the child needed care system or the offender system, has already been made, right? We're already at the place where it's now the state's job to find a place for that child. So the goal, and I think some of the things that were the shortcomings and failings of some of our prior group home situations were that group homes were far away from parents. So I think to kind of merge the two things together is you need to have services that can meet the needs of the children for placement that is likewise near the family, so you can keep working with the family to attempt to reunite them when appropriate. And that's always a caveat, because there's times it's not appropriate. And we all know that, but that should be the exception and hopefully not the rule. And so, yes, I think keeping that connection could be written into a law. And like I said, I think the definition, if the legislature can redefine, you all can redefine things whenever you find it to be appropriate, right? So I think that's your comment could lead to that. I don't know that we want to try to call these individual people parents, but I think to be able to say these dollars could be used for X and define what X is would help with regard to using those funds. However, you have to remember from that slide I showed you, if we start peeling out $5 and $10 million, we'll be out of money in a year or two, based on the current funding and the 10 million that came out. You can kind of see how taking the 10 million out we did last time shortened it up by many, many years. And I know we can't undo what we've done, but that's why when it was in there, it gave greater flexibility, and the sundown of the dollars was farther off into the future.
Just to clarify, I think the $10 million was vetoed in a line item by the governor, and we didn't override that. So,
well, I didn't mean it was a royal we or a royal you. It wasn't. It was all of us. The system, the money's not there. So how it happened is.
My point is that it was in the bill, but and it was in a line item that she vetoed. Anyhow, Senator Gossage.
I know we're bumping up against lunch. This is very quick. Just if I may, Mr. Chair, for the committee, in our Child Welfare Committee, whenever the reports come in during those committee meetings, they come from the services or the agencies that provide the services, and they're required to tell us in this last 3-month period, or whatever the term may be, how many children were in a temporary night to night. And typically it is juvenile offenders. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Follow-up question, if I might, Senator Gossage. So are those, have you seen those numbers over time increase, decrease? Have you
Actually, we've seen them come down.
come down? Okay, good. Thank you. If not, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
We'll, recess for lunch. We're about 15 minutes over time. Does anybody have an objection to nonetheless returning at 1 o'clock? All right. Yeah, lunch is provided outside by Stuart Little and Little Government Relations. We thank them very much for that. Meeting of the J. Russell Jennings Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice Oversight will continue with the presentation, let's see, by Sentencing Commission, Scott Schultz, the Executive Director. Welcome to the committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. It's great to be here with you today. My name is Scott Schultz. I am the Executive Director for the Sentencing Commission. I was thinking while I was coming over here that presenting to a legislative committee is kind of like being a cooking show host. You're trying to find that, except instead of trying to find that secret ingredient, we're all trying to find a perfect recipe for good policy. And so we're going to kind of try and mix in some sentencing data, maybe sprinkle in some discussion, and hopefully we can come up and cook up some value for you today. So my theme for today's presentation that I'd like you to be thinking about throughout is 4 simple words: prison, bed, space, impact. And the data that you're going to see, I'm going to go over some annual report data. We're going to talk about prison projections a little bit, and so we can see what we've had, what we're looking towards, that we're estimating, and then also at the end talk about the Senate Bill 123 program that the agency administers, that is the substance use disorder program for offenders. So with that, just wanted to be able to jump in. As many of you know, we have a 17-member commission. Chair and vice chair are two of the legislative committee members. Representative Schlingensiepel is also. We have a alum, Senator Owens, was also participating as well, and we certainly appreciate the legislative input on the commission. We vet a lot of the issues. As you can see, we have quite a few folks that have been in the criminal justice space a long time, and they have a lot of good things to share with us to be able to put out not only the data that we have, but also recommendations to the legislature and the governor. First off, just a little bit about the commission. Some of those things, as many of you know, we do prison bed space impacts. So any criminal bill that comes to you and through the system, we will do an impact on as to what our estimate is as far as the bed space impact. The commission itself is what I would call the gatekeepers of the guidelines. Our mission is to make sure that we monitor the use of the guidelines and make recommendations for changes if necessary. We also, are, as part of the federal system, are the State Statistical Analysis Center for Kansas. There is one of those for each of the states and territories, and we provide data reporting on the national level to DOJ. One of the exciting things that has been going on for the last couple years is up until this point, the courts have actually had e-filing or electronic filing for about 7 years or so, give or take. But all of the sentencing journal entries that occur as far as felony sentencing has been done by hand or by hard copy. We've undertaken a project called the Kansas Sentencing App, or KSAP, that actually now allows for electronic filing of those cases. And so finally, jumping into the 21st century, we had the ability to get a grant from through the help of Council for State Governments, and are now actually, that has been up and running since October of '24. And so we are looking to make that mandatory in the system for all felonies in the 2026 year. So just a little bit more about the commission. We are a freestanding agency, so we are not beholden to any other outside influences, so that the data that you get from us is objective, and with the idea that, again, this is only felonies. We do not handle misdemeanor or juvenile activities. We also have the ability, and we do, to take in other sources of data from the Department of Corrections as well as the KBI. And so we handle approximately 14 databases, including our own, that account for somewhere in the range of about 15,000 of those sentencing journal entries that happen throughout the state. To date, we have, with the case app I mentioned, we have about 1,300 users, a little bit more than that, that are already signed up. And that's basically probation officers, prosecutors, defense attorneys, and then the system is set up to actually then transfer that to the courts for review and signature. We also do an annual report, which is some of the data that from that as you're going to see today. We do have dashboards, and if you have an electronic version of the presentation, you can click on the dashboards and actually go and look at your jurisdiction, and it has all sorts of data in terms of felony sentencing as well as revocations. We also do a lot of educational opportunities. I have a staff attorney that answers questions. We actually give legal advice to people. You'll always hear that all the time that, sorry, I'm not an attorney, we can't give legal advice. We actually do give legal advice. And that's for probation officers. We have judges call us. We have prosecutors as well as defense attorneys. So it makes the system move smoothly. And our current staff attorney is about 5 or 6 years in on experience. And that's something that we are very proud of, to be able to provide that service. And we also put out a quarterly newsletter as well as a desk reference manual that you probably have heard of that practitioners use in their sentencing practices. And we also get private research requests as well, and that comes usually from academics, usually from East West Coast. Just a little bit of history. The guidelines and the commission is fairly new. The commission was created in '89, and the guidelines then were promulgated and passed in '93. The job of the commission is to, was created based upon there was prison overcrowding that was going on. And so then there was actually litigation that was occurring. At that particular point, a court order was actually issued that was requiring prisoners to be released at 100 inmates per month. And so the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council decided to establish the Sentencing Commission, and it was codified then in '89. So what the Guidelines Act gives us is what some of you have probably seen before. We have 2 grids, the non-drug grid and the drug grid. All of the numbers in this are months. Within those grids, it's done to simplify the process from an indeterminate scheme that we had prior to 1993. It's done again to simplify for the purposes of victims, for practitioners, and also for the defendants, and understanding, based upon the severity of the crime and their criminal history, what they potentially are going to receive as a punishment for the particular crime. The drug grid is similar in nature. It's quantity-based, so the more you have, the higher you are going to be on the grid. But again, the two drivers of this are the severity level or the seriousness of the offense, as well as what your past criminal history are. And so it goes without saying that obviously if you've been involved with the law before and been convicted, that law says that you should be punished more severely than somebody that this is their first time or first rodeo. We have presumptive guidelines that allow us to give a specific cell or a box or a grid box of what you can be sentenced to, because it actually establishes equity among the offenders. So that whether you're in Bourbon or Barton County, you know that you're likely going to get the same sentence. There was geographical as well as racial disparities that were going on that promulgated or required the guidelines to come about. And so the guidelines establishes that, but it also is flexible enough to allow departures in atypical situations. So part of that situation is the courts were very nervous about it coming into it because they thought they were losing discretion. But the guidelines do afford for those departures in atypical cases, and they certainly do happen on a fairly regular basis. On the back end, having presumptive guidelines provides a data collection mechanism for our office to better be able to provide projections and other estimates. And so without that, those ranges become untenable in terms of being able to project anything of relevant value. So the annual report, these are kind of some of the things that, and mind you, these are FY24 numbers because we're finishing cleaning the data from 25. But these are kind of the general things. Most of these relatively stay the same from year to year. But I wanted to highlight some of the things that, that should be important to your assessment in looking at, for example, the top five felony offenses. And this is for prison, probation, and jail sentences for felonies. As you can tell, the drugs basically run the show, and they have for a long time. And so that is, in many cases, that should probably inform where we actually are looking for policy purposes. You can see that there's other thefts, burglaries. Sometimes the need for drugs fuels the theft and burglaries. And so those kind of all go hand in hand in terms of, and then DUI is actually on the list as well. That's felony DUI. So you have to have been convicted several times during that time to be convicted of a felony. We also take into account demographic data that we collect. And this is what you can see in this particular slide is that, and again, this is similar and has been for quite some time. The black population in Kansas is somewhere, depending on what census you're looking at, from 5 to 8% of the population. The distribution of sentences felony sentences are always overrepresented as far as the black population is concerned. That is, from a probation context, it even gets worse when we're looking at the prison population. So female population, as far as distribution is concerned, has increased actually quite a bit in the last decade or so, as we see more females committing. Now, they're not committing the higher severity level offenses, but we are still seeing more crime from the female population. We also collect ethnicity and age distribution. Most of that is what you see is that we have a population that is about a median age of 36. Most of that is, or some of that is pushed up by the fact that you have older people committing those felony DUIs, but just because it takes longer sometimes to actually commit those. But in a normal context, you're going to have a adult population that's a little bit less than that. As far as prison sentences are concerned, you can see on the slide, we had a little over 4,400 were admitted to DOC, which was a decrease. But males have always been the predominant offender as far as the admissions are concerned. And then again, about 69% are white offenders. Black offenders accounted for 25% of those prison admissions. So as you can tell, altogether 20%, but prison admissions are over 25%. As we look at probation sentences, those that have the privilege of being able to be sentenced to probation, we do have a decrease in those sentences from the previous year, and they're just a little bit more non-drug sentence than you have drug sentence. The total of that, I think, is somewhere around 60% of those individuals then are sentenced to probation. Top 10 felony offenses for probation, non-drug sentences. Again, you have theft, burglary, aggravated battery, and the DUIs that were actually in the top 5 of all offenses. But that just gives you an idea of what offenses actually are mostly sentenced for. On drug probation, we have 8 out of 10 that are sentenced are users and not dealers or manufacturers. This is a little harder to explain as far as the slide is concerned because the law has changed over time. And we have 169 DUIs from FY24. Post-imprisonment supervision is a requirement, a requirement that used to be there that required service of jail time. And so we collect that as well as along with the county jail sentences. Felony DUI has now been moved onto the grid, and so we have those are kind of the leftovers from previously, but we still are collecting those. As you can tell, and I've noted this in one of the bullets, Johnson County, because of anecdotally, because of the state line situation, usually has the most felony DUI sentences of the group, followed by Sedgwick County. Finally, it's important to note that we also track as far as the big 4 counties and where they are as far as percentage-wise. Sedgwick County has actually decreased over a period of years. I went back and checked, and back in 2003, they were up at about 21%, and that's decreased to 17%. What we've seen is the rural population actually has increased as far as the number of felony convictions and sentences. So that kind of gives you an idea of where we've been. The prison projections that the commission does every year in the summer for the Department of Corrections is a 10-year look-ahead period as far as what, based upon the data that we have and assumptions that we make with DOC, what we should be looking at as far as prison population for the next 10-year period. And so these are just kind of introductory slides of where have we been the last 10 years. You can tell, obviously, during the COVID years, the prison population plummeted. And we are actually working our way back up to those pre-COVID levels. This is a slide of the total prison population. We do split up male and female population, but it has actually increased quite a bit since post-COVID, so that, and part of that is deals with the admissions and releases. When you obviously have more admissions than you have releases, it's kind of math, right? What DOC is looking at, of course, is they actually will see a reduction if we do have releases that are greater than admissions. But part of the issue, again, as I was attempting to try and promote at the beginning of the presentation, is that increases in penalties year over year require folks to stay longer in the facilities. Captain Obvious, obviously. But at the same time, we have those admissions folks that are staying longer every year. And so there's a stacking effect that actually occurs. So you will have less releases as time goes on because you have increases in those penalties that have been done on the legislative level. And so that's why we see general increases most of the time. We track the direct admissions that occur at sentencing. So I go to court, I'm sentenced by the court. Court says, sheriff, take him into custody and send him to DOC. That's the blue line so that you can kind of get an idea of where the admissions have gone over time. We also then track probation and those type of violators that if they are not successful on probation, what does that look like as far as admission to prison? Those are back on the rise again. And then finally in the back door, we had front door is what we call admissions and probation folks. Back door is parole and post-release. And that's illustrated on the green line that we're also seeing increases in those type of revocations to prison as well. So some of that, some of that during COVID, obviously we're getting back to those levels now, which starts to be concerning. And we put all those things together and we get what this particular table is trying to represent, and that is the projection for the 10-year period. There is an offender group or a offense group, so you can actually see for each of those offense groups what kind of increases that the model is actually that we use is trying to do. The main takeaway here is that our projections are showing that we need 2,530 beds in the next 10 years. That is, if we take that, subtract the capacities that we have today, that's an extra 1,365 beds. And that's going to have to come from somewhere if we continue to do what we're currently doing. To give you an example, Winfield is about 1,100, around 1,100 for capacity. Hutch is about 1,800. So 1,300 or so, you're almost talking like another prison that would be required. It's important to obviously be looking at each bill that comes in because it makes a difference, as you can see here. We kind of put this table to a chart, and while the chair would probably like to have this be his Roth IRA and the projections for it, that's not the case with the projection. And you see this hockey stick that's great in a financial sense, but not for prison population projections. And so we are looking at for both male and female populations to reach capacity in fiscal year 28. And so we have a couple years before that actually occurs, but these just kind of give you a next couple slides give you a breakdown with male and female. Obviously, since the male population represents high 80s, low 90s of population, it's going to run fairly similar to what the total population is. The female population, since there is obviously, as you're aware, only one facility, and we have a capacity of 968, that is something else that, since it's a smaller population, those fluctuations are, you can tell, aren't as smooth as when you have a larger population like the male population. So we track all of this, and besides giving the projections, then we track it month by month to see how the model is doing. What you can see here is our percentage of error. We try and keep it under 2%. And so with the exception of 1 month, the model held up very, very well in 2025. And it is effective in being able to, and why should we care on this, right? We should care because this helps Department of Corrections. It helps the legislature be able to see that, there may be some red flags coming up here. And if the model continues to work year after year after year after year, we can actually rely on this model as to following. Thankfully, in the last several years, we have underprojected or overprojected, I'm sorry, so that we have fewer actual inmates in the facility than we've projected. However, that still places us in a situation where we still have an increasing population year over year. These next slides just kind of give you an idea of a breakdown between the female and male population. Those we had slower than expected growth on the female side, which of course is positive. But again, with being only about 9% of the population, it's very easily for those error rates to go a little higher because you have a smaller population. So with the projections that you saw before, We've already started tracking since July. This kind of gives you an idea for the 2026 model of where we're at. Again, we're still within tolerances as far as that error rate is concerned, so that we do have a total population of at the end of October was 9,692. Again, this just gives you a little bit of a line chart of what the projection was versus what it is. Thankfully, we've overprojected at this point. However, some of those we have anomalies that actually occur that we might have the day before the end of the month. A lot of folks actually get released, and the whole month was actually 20 or 30 or 40 higher. So it just depends sometimes on when the month falls, but thankfully we're still under projecting. So the next one, again, this gives you the 26 model broken down by male and female population, so you can dig into that a little bit farther. But again, the takeaway is that we continue to see increases in the population, and we'll continue. Our assumptions were that at the very least, we're looking at 1% increases, and that may or may not change depending on how, so far the model is holding up like it has done in the past. So, Mr. Chair, if you want to take questions now, or I can move into 123, I'm working pretty good shape here.
Yeah, I think you can continue. We'll take questions at the end. Oh, I would say though, if any member wants to jump in at any time, feel free to do that too.
Thank you, sir. So one of the other programs that the commission administers is a substance use disorder program for offenders, felony offenders. And we've done that since 2003. This is affectionately known as the Senate Bill 123 program that our office essentially acts as the bank. We also kind of act as a managed care organization because we actually have cost caps, length of stays, that we pay certified treatment providers to provide treatment to offenders if they qualify by statute for certain drug offenses, but also for non-drug offenses as well. And so this has been, the legislature has been very gracious to expanding this program. We've expanded 3 times over the last 6 years to go from having drug offenders to having diversion eligible folks so that we could actually have it on the front end and be able to pay for those costs for them. And then also then we expanded it into non-drug offenses with the SB 123 Plus program too. So with those initiatives, we're able to cover quite a bit of ground in terms of this is a community-based program. This is not done in the facilities. It is certified treatment providers that are in your communities that provide treatment for offenders, depending on anywhere from inpatient to outpatient group drug education type of services, just like you would in a normal substance use treatment setting. Again, we have demographic data as far as that we track on this program as well. Most of these folks are white male offenders, and again, this is one of those things that you have to actually. There are assessments that are required, but you also have to fall into a certain criteria as far as severity level of the crimes that would actually allow for you to be able to require, in some cases, mandatory treatment. But also the court in some situations can actually do discretionary placement. The RAFT, which is the Diversion Program Recovery from Addiction Treatment, is this gives you an idea of the RAFT program, what it looks like demographically. The RAFT program is different in that it is discretionary and the prosecutors essentially drive this program. And I say drive that because they have the ability on diversion to choose whether or not they would like to be part of the program. as you can see in this particular slide, the Reno County DA has embraced the RAFT program in their diversion programming significantly in terms of they do a fantastic job. I was talking with Randy, he left, but and they do a great job of providing that diversion care with the programming funds that the commission has. We'd certainly like over time, since this has been this has actually been in law for a number of years, we continue to encourage prosecutors to either relax or modify their diversion policies to allow for something of this nature, because it just makes sense to have it on. We're diverting folks from the system, potentially a felony as well, and we have the appropriation to actually do it. So that's my plug for RAFT, and that's something that it just seems like it's a good idea to be able to, since the funding is actually available.
Let me interrupt you, please. I'm confused as between page 36 and 37. You say that there's male offenders in SB 123 treatment program, and then the next page you talk about the RAFT, which is another treatment program. So what's the difference there?
Yeah, I apologize about that. We basically keep the 123 and the 123 plus together as far as how we statistically represent them, because it's a post-conviction type of program. So the only way that you're eligible for SB 123 or SB 123 plus is if you have a conviction and you meet criteria for that at sentencing. In the RAFT context, it's all diversion. And so we've basically pulled that out, and so that's why you're getting different. You'll also see that in as far as funding is concerned too, because we have fewer RAFT offenders than we have 123 or 123 plus. I hope I'm answering the question.
Yes, I think so. So if I understand, they're mutually exclusive. There's no overlap between the 123, 123 plus treatment program individuals and the RAFT program individuals.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So we've, to give you an idea as far as 25 expenditures are concerned, again, we've divided that 123 and 123 plus with the RAFT. And you can you see here, obviously, the RAFT expenditures are extremely limited, because I think we ended up with 45, which again is disappointing based upon based upon the potential use of this. There's a huge opportunity to be able to reach a whole lot of people on diversion. But nonetheless, our average cost is about the same, just simply because they can actually be referred to the similar modalities that we actually provide. The next couple slides are just giving you a line chart of giving an idea of what we're spending on a monthly basis for that 123 plus. Somewhere in the range of $600,000 to $800,000 a month. And again, these are certified treatment providers that we certify in-house for 4 years. And then we have a vendor that actually they submit invoices to, and we pay based upon the length of stay and the cost caps that the commission has actually set. So RAFT obviously significantly less, like we talked about before. All of these, at the beginning of last year, we increased reimbursement rates. We do that periodically, just simply because as time goes on, obviously with inflation, we're also tracking other state agencies as to what they're paying as well, because it's very important for facilities to hold 123 beds for these offenders, because time to treatment for these folks, not only are they having problems with addiction, but they're also criminally involved. And so the quicker that we can get them from sentencing to treatment is the goal. And so we have to keep up with the Joneses in terms of what we do for reimbursement rates. And so that we will see increases there. We also, and I'll cover that in just a little bit, we have also approved medication-assisted treatment that allows for medication to be used in addition to the counseling that is currently going on. Who are we paying? This gives you an idea of the payers that we do have. Mirror, certainly, because they're a statewide organization, along with the other 2 or 3 or 4 that are in our top 5 providers. Most of those are statewide providers. And so you can see Mirror utilizes the program quite a bit. And then it goes down to mom and pop shops all over the state from here. Similarly, again, this just shows you RAFT expenditures, which are, again, less, but the Reno County ADSAP is because they're treating more of the offenders are in addition, and Mirror is second here. As I was talking about before, this gives you a kind of a 5-year look back of what we actually have spent for the program and the average per offender. This is, again, projected to go up just because of inflation, because of those reimbursement rates. What are we seeing as far as diagnoses within this treatment? It's mainly meth. We are still, we hear a lot about fentanyl, we hear a lot about other opioid situations, but we are seeing still a vast majority, almost 70%, 60 to 70% is meth. The opioids, as I was talking about before, the medication-assisted treatment only works for opioids and some alcohol treatment, and so there isn't a magic pill for meth that has been FDA approved to help those folks. So that kind of gives you a cross-section of just exactly what the main diagnoses are. And then finally, this is the 11 modalities that we actually provide provide reimbursement for. A lot of residential, a lot of inpatient, intensive outpatient treatment, and as I indicated, we've added MAT in this fiscal year. So part of the, and I'll just wrap up here, part of the goals for this particular program from last year were met and exceeded. This is we had to increase the reimbursement rate, and we were able to do that within the appropriation that we had. We also were able to recertify all of the providers. We were actually able to recruit more than 3 new providers, and then we started an audit program that would further utilize taxpayer dollars more wisely. And so that is, we recently have had a new director, which is, he has done a fantastic job in being able to expand the program within the appropriation amount, add MAT to the equation. And again, for those of you not familiar with MAT, the research basically has shown that with MAT, folks are half as likely to relapse, which is significant. They're also, it cuts mortality rates by half or more as well. And that's kind of the #1 thing in fentanyl issues and that type of thing. You want to kind of keep folks alive so that they actually can have treatment. And it actually is cost effective as well, even though some could say MAT is expensive. The studies that they've done have shown that $1 in SUD supervision treatment leads to between $2 and $10 of savings as far as healthcare in the criminal justice system, educational costs. So this is one of the studies even found that it saved up to $100,000 in the criminal justice system as far as related cost over that participant's lifespan because of the treatment. So, so we are very excited to jump into this. This is not state of the art. Providers have been doing this for years, but at the same time, it's been cost prohibitive for us to actually do that in addition to the program. So we are in a position right now that we can actually provide this. The hope is that, again, it's for that select few of individuals that are diagnosed with opioid or alcohol assessment or assessed individuals. And so this is not a blanket fix for everything, but it's certainly for those particular diagnoses. We are very excited in seeing, and we plan to certainly measure going forward what the results are that we had before and what we have with Matt. So very excited about doing that. We're looking at doing more audits so that we can actually, within that 4-year period, get all of the providers audited because they will need recertified in 4 years, recruit new individuals. We also are currently working with a vendor to actually make everything electronic, whereas everything was in paper form before. So this is with no additional staff to implement the changes or any type of increased oversight. So we believe that there'll be further efficiencies with the new SoftDocs vendor platform as well, which will be everything from electronic signatures to being able to do HIPAA compliant document storage in a cloud-based setting. So, what's next for the commission? We had our workshop back in September. The guidelines, as doing your math, from 1993, they're 33 years old. And the commission would like to revisit the guidelines. And so we are looking into doing a comprehensive review of those guidelines, which hopefully will take into account stakeholder surveys and engagement, as well as some academic type of and as well as research that we currently have, and be able to look at potential, what do practitioners like, what they don't like, where are the pain points, and the hope would be that that's probably going to be a multi-year type of process. But at the same time, we will hopefully have a product that can be brought to the legislature for consideration. So I hope I provided the ingredients in the form of data for you to make a better policy recipe. If you have questions, again, I encourage you to think prison bed space impact on all of these criminal implications or the bills that come before you. As always, I offer our services for bill introductions, pre-filing or otherwise. We can run bed space impacts for you during that time, or even after filing. We will be happy to do that, and been happy to be able to have the opportunity to present and would stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Schultz. We're free for questions. I'll start with Senator Gossage and then head to Senator Balscado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a very short question. I'm sorry, could you please explain again the difference between those who might participate in the 123 plus program compared to RAFT? I'm not quite following.
And I thank you for that again. So, an offender, for example, that is caught up in possession of drugs, for example, they potentially, when charged or are, depending on the jurisdiction, are available for diversion, that they could apply to the prosecutor for a diversion agreement, which is just an agreement between the prosecutor and the defendant. At that particular point, the RAFT funds are available if they enter into that agreement and they are assessed and need treatment. We actually will pay for that treatment for them. Many of the times, the treatment or the diversion time periods are anywhere from 12 to 18 months. Fast forward to folks that aren't eligible for diversion, or they fail on diversion. They make their way through the system, and they either plead or are convicted somehow of that drug offense. They actually then are eligible for Senate Bill 123 treatment after they're convicted. There is a series of assessments as well, or thresholds that they have to meet to show that there's a need that they should receive that treatment. Senate Bill 123 plus is exactly in that same bucket, except if I get convicted of a theft or a burglary or some non-drug offense. We call it SB 123 plus because it's non-drug related, but it really is most of the time because people are stealing stuff, people are breaking into people's houses to actually get money to buy drugs.
Thank you very much.
I hope that clears
Thank
it
you,
up.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 2 quick questions. So a lot of times over the years, we've put emphasis on race. And you did really well on the diagrams here. So, but what do you do with that information? If we know that Black people, African American, to be politically correct, what do you do with that information? How do we fix it? What do you need that information for? And as it relates to Senate Bill 123, so does the person have to be incarcerated? Do you take their income under consideration? Because over the years, I've heard that we pay for it, but then I talk to individuals that say, no, they're told they need to pay for it. Can you clarify that for me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator, Mr. Chairman, the program is no cost to the offenders. We pay for all. In fact, that's one of the policy that the providers cannot even charge the offenders. The only charge that they would have would be an order of the court to pay for an assessment, for example, which is $175. Part of the treatment, which is another 175. So that is the maximum, unless they're able to pay for it, then the court can actually order more. But it's encouraged to actually that they have at least probably about $300 in that. But it doesn't have to happen that way. The court can actually, so they're not required to pay for their treatment except for that particular situation. As far as whether or not they're African American or not, that obviously is not, the assessments are actually is what tells the tale. They are not incarcerated because all of these folks are supervised by community corrections.
Mr. Chairman,
for the RAP folks.
Sir, it was 2 separate questions. So just in general, whenever you've given presentations on the Black offenders, et cetera, and you break it down to Hispanics, non-whites, et cetera. So what do you do with that information just moving forward of why you need it when you say overly represented? So just what do you do with the information as opposed to just, I get why you might say male or female, but what do you do with the other information and how are you addressing that? What's the purpose?
Senator, Mr. Chairman, this is an interesting question just because with the situation that we're going into as far as this comprehensive review, one of the things that I'm going to urge the commission to be looking at is criminal history and how we actually treat it. And some of that has to do with, as a former prosecutor, I saw the effects of minority populations picking up juvenile adjudications, a lot of them, early on when they were young. And that criminal history then, most of them, well, all of them that are person crimes, carries with them for the rest of their lives. And so they have a head start a lot of times on the rest of the population. And the fact that we treat that criminal history the same as we do if I just committed something yesterday or the day before, I think that is going to enter into the discussion. And that will potentially bring to light some of these issues that I was discussing as to how we potentially mitigate those potential effects.
Representative Owens. I'm sorry, Senator Owens.
That's all right. I'll always be a representative at heart. Thanks for being here, Scott. Always appreciate all your information and your data. It is quite impressive. I'm kind of curious, though. we have a downward trend in our male population over the last 4 months. Is there any indication as to what's going on there? I mean, that's 100 and looks like 140, 150 different or less just over the last couple months.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, I think that I would love to be able to hypothesize what that could be. However, I will pass the baton to the secretary that you'll be talking to tomorrow. But again, some of those, it comes down to when the end of the month falls, because some of those, like in September, for example, there was a huge drop at the end of the month, which made the difference as far as what we're looking at. But we are seeing, you are correct in seeing that we're seeing some declines there. But that's just something that I don't know that I can hypothesize as to why that would actually be the case. We certainly haven't had any slowdowns as far as prosecutions or cases or anything of that nature. So in fact, we're actually seeing more sentencings going on than in the last couple of years.
I appreciate that as just a piece of data that I noted that was worth mentioning. Thank you, Scott.
Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. It sounds like we need a new prison. It sounds like if you take Hutchinson into account, we need 2 new prisons. And so I guess a prison costs somewhere for 1,600 beds. I read somewhere between $230 and $300 million to build. If you were to build 2, it would be in the area of $600 million upwards. For those who don't know, Hutchinson is an ancient facility. It is. Yeah, Hutchinson is an ancient facility and there's no air conditioning. And I wonder how effective interventions are in a place where both staff and inmates are uncomfortable. I think it's something that, we really need to take a look at. But aside from that, I guess what I'd really like to ask you is, from a sentencing perspective, I mean, there are a lot of factors about what these prison bed increases, but from a sentencing perspective, what sort of things might be considered to have some impact on numbers if building prisons is not the automatic result of the statistics? Having to build them is not. And I'm not asking you for, what needs to happen, but like what kind of things need to be taken into consideration from a sentencing point of view as one looks at those kinds of numbers.
Representative, Mr. Chair, I think that just from a cost-effective standpoint, ROI, we look at, you are told that it's what, $42,000 to house an inmate now. Community-based programming, about $4,200, $4,300, significant decrease. We need to continue to support those community-based programs so that folks can actually be more successful and they don't get revoked. Now, there are going to be folks that do get revoked, no doubt about it, no question. But having those community-based programming available in the dosage that needs to happen is imperative. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see those increases. We're going to see people fail. They're not going to comply, and we're going to have revocations. And it's I try and impress upon people a lot of times. Increasing penalties is not a deterrent. It is not length of sentence. There's plenty of research on that indicating that it doesn't matter whether you're sentenced to 10 years, 15 years, 20. You don't learn anything by getting more and more and more sentences. Now, we obviously have a punitive effect that attaches to some of that, but I think those are some of the things that we should be thinking about. The Second Look Act that's next certainly is something that would chip away at potential bed space considerations. But I think it's having that community support financially, human resources as well, to be able to because a lot of these offenders are high risk, moderate to high risk, and they have a lot of needs, and that's something that needs to be supported. Otherwise, we're just spinning our wheels.
Seeing no further questions, Will, thank you very much for your presentation, Scott. And we'll go on to the next item on the agenda, which is a presentation on SB 255, better known as the Second Look Act. And we're going to start with a bill summary by the Revisor's Office staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 255 would authorize certain inmates in the custody of the Secretary of Corrections to petition the court for a resentencing hearing. The bill would enact a new section of law that would be known as the Second Look Act that would allow certain inmates to file a verified petition for resentencing in the district court in the county in which their original conviction happened. Inmates who either were less than 25 years of age on the date of the offense, were more than 50 years of age on the date of the offense, are veterans where their veteran status was not considered at the original time of sentencing, or they have completed any rehabilitative programming that was required as part of the original sentence, would be able to file one of those verified petitions for resentencing after 10 years of the date of the original sentencing. Inmates who are between 25 and 50 years of age on the date of the offense would be able to file such a petition 15 years after the original date of sentencing. And finally, inmates whose sentence would have been reduced by a legislative enactment had that enactment been made retroactive, but the bill was not made retroactive, those folks would be able to file a petition on the effective date of that legislative enactment. A petition filed pursuant to this section would have to include the inmate's name at conviction if different from the inmate's current name, the conviction for which the inmate is requesting resentencing, the date of the conviction for that offense, and the original criminal case number that's associated with the conviction. After that petition is filed, the court would be required to set that for hearing. They'd have to give notice to the county or district attorney, and that county or district attorney would then have to notify any victim who is still alive or the victim's family using their address if known at the time. The victim or the victim's family shall have a right to testify at the hearing, but they would not be required to testify or to provide any discovery. If the court finds good cause to resentence the inmate, the court may impose a new sentence that reduces the total length of the sentence, releases the inmate from custody and adds the remainder of their sentence to their post-release supervision term, or discharges the inmate from the remainder of their sentence entirely. This section would not apply to any portion of a sentence that is a mandatory minimum sentence that we have in statute. And if the court denies a petition made pursuant to this section, the inmate would not be able to file another petition for 5 years unless the court ordered a shorter length of time. And I'm happy to take any questions. I guess I should note the legislative history. This bill was referred to Senate Judiciary, but it did not have a hearing. So you can see it was introduced on February 10th. So I can take any questions.
Any questions? Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Natalie, so as I understand this, any resentence is completely at the discretion of the judge. Like there's no guidelines, no like sentencing grid for the original sentence. It's just completely up to the judicial discretion.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Owens, that is correct. You will see the relevant language there is on page 2. And I realize I don't think you guys have the bill in front of you, but it's subsection F, which says, notwithstanding the provisions of Article 68 of Chapter 21, which is basically the sentencing guidelines, if the court finds good cause to resentence the inmate, then the court can impose that new sentence. So we're basically just saying notwithstanding the sentencing guidelines. So we're allowing them to go outside the guidelines. And then the only restriction there is that the court has to find good cause.
Okay, and if I may, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And would that determination then be appealable by the prosecution, for example, if they disagreed with it?
That's an interesting, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't speak specifically to appeal, but a normal sentencing hearing, I mean, so I think it would just default to those normal rules, but it doesn't speak to that specifically. I'd want to kind of research that a little bit more.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Natalie. So if this legislation was implemented, do we have a number, an estimated number of the population of those inmates that it might affect who are in that category, that age category? Hearing from Scott with the Sentencing Commission and hearing from the representative about do we need more to build more prisons, you know, it's just kind of all mushed together. Mr. Chairman, I don't know. Again, the legislation, I didn't know it was going to generate as much interest as it has. I received a letter, a handwritten letter from a couple in Udall, Kansas. I've never been there. I didn't know anybody there, but I do now. This older couple, and they are in their 80s, and they said their son's been incarcerated since he was a teen, and he's like 37 now, and they just wanted to see him again before they passed away. And I'm like, never thought about it. So, but they asked me this question of the population, and I don't know, I'm not really asking for gender or race, but just those in that age category. Do we have a number on that? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Faustido, luckily Scott has a lot of numbers. So I'm guessing he may be able to give you the population breakdown by age, but he also, the Sentencing Commission has provided an updated bed impact statement that you guys do have in your material. So that would be like an estimate of how many inmates could potentially be affected.
All right, thank you, Natalie. So continuing on this subject, we're going to have Director Schultz again talk about the bed impacts of this Senate Bill 255.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott Schultz, Executive Director with the Sentencing Commission. So you should have available to you the bed space impact. We did one back in February, and this is the updated version. I will put a word of thanks out to the Department of Corrections. They were scampered around as of Monday and were able to pull up some data for us. As you can, to speak to the Senator's question, in the findings section, we've broken it down based upon each of those subsections. So for example, you have in that first subsection, 2,831 inmates, then 90 inmates, then 884 inmates. Just an issue as far as the veterans, we don't collect that, and DOC doesn't necessarily collect the veteran status as to whether that was considered at sentencing. So we weren't able to, the likelihood of those 414 that DOC identified, they're probably within those three categories that we've already listed in the findings section. So an interesting part of this, and as you can see, we've got an impact assessment of as far as beds are concerned, a decrease of 388, 582, and 776 in the first year. And then it's 424, 637, and 849 by FY 2035. That's based upon an assumption that these individuals that we've identified with the help of DOC would actually 10% or 15% or 20% of them would actually be eligible for some sort of relief. So again, we're making an assumption that was fairly conservative. What I can tell you from what I'm presuming from this bill is that you're looking at about almost 4,000 inmates, the likelihood of which I'm sure if this was passed, they would be petitioning. You're going to see, you would see quite a bit of petition for relief with regard to this. Interestingly enough, when we looked at the retroactivity, there's some nuances there because I can almost guarantee you that prosecutors are not going to want to have that be the situation because they've already made the deals, they've already made the sentences, and this is what the victims thought they were going to receive. However, even if you were to actually pass it and it would go into effect, it almost appears that the next year, all of these individuals that are still in there would still have served, would meet the requirements, and they still could actually apply. But for actually putting a date on this as to, from this date forward, you would actually be eligible for that. But in that case, then, and I may not be explaining this correctly, but if you put a date on it, then there's not going to be any bed impact for at least 10 years because those individuals then going forward would not be able to apply for at least 10 years. So I think there's some issues with that. At least we looked at it in terms of what it would look like from a retroactivity standpoint, and that conservative number of 10, 15, or 20% of the petitions would be granted based upon those almost 4,000 petitions that the court would likely to see. I would also note for purposes too that the commission, and this is not a commission bill obviously, but commission actually had recommended something similar to this on the probation side several years ago, that those sentences for those folks on probation should be reviewed 50% after they've served 50% of their probation. And there was pushback from judiciary because of course they thought that the dockets were going to actually be increased significantly with people coming back who have been sentenced and were on probation for that time period. So there were concerns from that area as well. My guess is you would probably see that similarly here. But otherwise, that gives you an idea of, we do have a table on the back that breaks down the numbers by year, but that as the bill is currently written, that is the estimate that we have for this committee.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much, Scott. Now we'll move on to some input from folks that have a stake in this in some fashion. Is Shaquila Banks in the audience? Hello, Ms. Banks. I understand you're the founder and executive director of Equity Initiative. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to committee. Please
Thank
tell us what
you.
we need to know.
So, like you said, my name is Shaquila Banks, and Mr. Chairman, I first want to start off by thanking you for allowing us to be here today to speak on Senate Bill 255. I stand before you all as a Kansan, a lifelong Kansan out of Sedgwick County, Wichita, Kansas. So that's what I'm speaking here for. I'm speaking as a Kansan and as someone who supports this bill being moved forward to the 2026 legislative session, excuse me. Who I am today and who I was when I was a teenager, who I was in my 20s, and who I would be at the age of 60 are going to be completely different people. And that's what this bill represents. It represents people's growth, maturity, learning life lessons. And that's why I'm here standing for Senate Bill 255. This Second Look Act, it acknowledges that that transformation is possible, that no one should be defined by the worst decision that they made for the rest of their lives. We often say that individuals who commit crimes must pay their debt to society. But how can someone truly pay their debt to society when they are far removed from society? And who's really paying that debt? It's us, the taxpayers. In Kansas, it costs over $30,000 per year. Well, I heard Mr. Scott, I don't know if he's still in here, he said $42,000, so that jumped. But $42,000 to keep one person, one adult incarcerated in Kansas prison. And then when it comes to the juveniles, it costs $154,000 to keep just one juvenile incarcerated. So when you multiply those figures together across our adult and our juvenile prison population, that financial burden on the community is really shocking. A better and more sustainable approach would be to allow reformed individuals to return home, to give back directly to their communities by working, mentoring, and just contributing however they can. That's how true debt repayment occurs, through restoration and not isolation. Passing Senate Bill 255 is a step towards real reform that benefits everyone. Those who have changed, the taxpayers who carry the cost, and the community who can be strengthened through second chances. Mr. Chairman and committee members, I am respectfully asking that you make a recommendation to move this bill forward to the 2026 session and allow this bill a hearing that it deserves. The Second Look Act is not just about good policy, but it reflects our shared belief in justice, accountability, and the human capacity for change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banks. Any questions from the members of the committee? Representative Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Banks. You did a wonderful job, and you brought out some points I had not even thought about of repaying debt to society. And it kind of goes along, Mr. Chairman, with what Scott stated, is that giving a person a long sentence as opposed to a short sentence doesn't prevent them from committing another crime when they're released. It's the information or what they gather, that rehabilitation of how it helps them. And then, Mr. Chairman, I have to admit to everybody, I watch Dr. Phil a lot. I do. And so he was giving some stats of the young men especially don't really mature until age 24. And so I just wanted to commend you for your presentation. And you live in Wichita. I just recently met this young lady, and you work for Cedric County. What's your day-to-day life to give you the expertise on this issue? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So I am the founder and executive director for Equity Initiative, and I'm not standing here on behalf of my day job, but I do work for Cedric County Department of Corrections. Yes.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Ms. Banks.
Thank you.
We'll next hear from, if he's in the audience, DeAndre Williams. Mr. Williams, we understand you're with the Kansas Second Look Act Coalition, is that right?
That's correct.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Chairman Lewis, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is DeAndre Williams, and I am here in support of Senate Bill 255, specifically in favor of it extending to those individuals sentenced under mandatory minimums. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for your openness and this continued dialogue, hopefully continue further. This bill represents an important step towards fairness and accountability in sentencing. It creates a framework that allows the courts to take a second look, a chance to review lengthy sentences in light of proven rehabilitation in changed circumstances. But if mandatory minimums remain excluded, that promise becomes incomplete for many of those who have earned consideration. These laws restrict the judge's ability to respond to evidence of growth or remorse, and they can potentially replace an individualized justice with an automatic punishment. When sentencing outcomes are fixed by statute, power can shift from judges to prosecutors. This imbalance carries serious judicial risk. The structure of mandatory minimums can create conditions that risk or potentially lead to coerced plea agreements, leaving defendants feeling as if they have no real choice. And the dynamic can actually undermine the right to a fair trial and increase the likelihood of wrongful convictions. Leaving these sentences out of reach of Senate Bill 255 leads to disproportionate outcomes. Individuals with similar offenses and rehabilitation records are treated differently, not because of their progress, but because of statutory design. This outcome diminishes faith in the fairness and purpose of our courts. According to my public research, Kansas Sentencing Commission, roughly 2/5 of states' incarcerated population are serving sentences governed by mandatory minimums, including those classified as off-grid and severity level 1 through 3 offenses. These individuals represent the very heart of long-term incarceration in Kansas. Yet, by excluding them from Senate Bill 255, we narrow the bill's reach so drastically that it overlooks those most affected by excessive sentencing. If nearly half of the population is left out, we must ask, who are we intending to affect? What population are we intending to aid? Senate Bill 255 can only achieve its full purpose if it restores discretion to those best equipped to exercise it, our judges. Inclusion of mandatory minimums will strengthen oversight, reduce misconduct risk, and realign our system with fairness and more fiscal responsibility. Now, even if the committee has heard these points before, what must not be overlooked is that simple truth that justice cannot be formulaic. Rehabilitation is evidence of change, and judges must be allowed to recognize it. Second look review without judicial discretion is not a reform, it's more of a procedure without purpose. My ask to the committee is simple. Please amend Senate Bill 255 to include individuals serving mandatory minimum sentences, ensuring that every incarcerated person with demonstrated rehabilitation has the opportunity for review. I urge you to support this measure and move Senate Bill 255 forward with these critical inclusions. After me finding the staggering statistic of 2/5 of the prison population being incarcerated under mandatory minimums, and I'd love to be corrected if I'm wrong, it really did kind of add emphasis on who we have been fighting for this whole time. Now, you guys know that to qualify, at least 10, in some instances, 15 years have to be completed before you're even subject to review. So we'd have to ask what crimes that are outside of non-grid or level 1, 2, or 3 are subjecting them to that amount of time. Typically, they're reoffenders, habitual offenders, who have maybe had sentences stacked consecutively, and they are reaching that time. But to find individuals who have served 10 years and are still pleading for relief of maybe the excessive amount of time that they have left is a real narrow window. My studies, and again, I would love to follow up, I would love to get more information on it, show roughly 2 to 5%. I stand here today representing families and testimonies that I've gotten from all over Kansas. I was the lead petitioner, and with just a petition on change.org, I did not see it taking the effect that it has. I did not see me standing here before you guys today. And when I found out these statistics, it really just made me wonder if I was misrepresenting the people that had faith in what we were doing. I know several instances of women and men who have served significant amount of times. They have taken their steps towards rehabilitation. Classes, programs, schooling, trades, faith-based, and they are still there. A lot of them are there as mentors. They're running the call-outs. They're overseeing the classes. They're helping with program directors. To this day, we have nothing like this to give them that relief. We have nothing that can take them away from the prefixed minimum that they were facing. I urge the committee to please strongly consider what we have here in front of us today, because a lot of people can be affected. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I just had one question. You said you were a lead petitioner. Explain that.
I actually started the petition on change.org. We had heard about this. Actually, other states have been modeling. DC, Maryland, California, Illinois. And we've seen how their model has actually created results. Minnesota has a victims offender dialogue program in which victims stated that 80% of victims, stated that they felt a sense of resolve and they felt healed. There was a 50%.
Maybe you didn't understand my question. What did you petition for, and where did you petition?
I petitioned it online to change.org. Families Against Mandatory Minimums had already had steam on trying to see this across the country.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And DeAndre, thank you for being here and being so passionate about this topic.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes mandatory minimums as well as the sentencing grid were created because judicial discretion was applied so unevenly across the state. And we saw the bias, the prejudice, the sexism from the bench coming down, which is kind of what led us to create that. You're advocating that the solution is giving that judicial discretion back without any bounds. And I'm curious how you reconcile that, because I could see my concern would be, let's say hypothetically pass this, one individual might get their sentence eliminated in one court with a specific judge, but another judge would see it and say, no, you need to serve the rest of your sentence. How do we reconcile the differences and how that would play out?
Great question. As I felt that, judges are best equipped, and, for it to go back to the judges, in my personal opinion, I love to work with whatever organizations or, committees we can come to. I would like to have a committee. I would like to have a panel. And outside of that, also taking a bit of weight off of the judge's shoulders because of the cases he would already have, along with this new influx of petition reviews, he would be able to lean on other people that can be a part of the panel, as well as we would like some form of independent agency that's allowed to represent us in a public opinion. Because I believe that the people should have a say in this as well. Public safety is paramount, and ultimately we should have the people's voice. Now, we know that the judges are the most familiar with the cases. We know that the judges have access to see how this inmate has been behaviorally while inside. The public can't always see that. We know that they can get feedback. They can get assessment reports from who they've been working with inside. The public can't see that. So I do think that there's a collaborative effort that can be made here so that it doesn't seem that we're putting all of this weight back onto the judge's shoulders, or if we're asking for him to reconsider something that he's already made a court order for. But I do believe that although there may be complexities within this, there is something here. There is something here, and I know that this isn't to be voted on today, but I was just hoping to compel you guys enough to feel that it is something worth discussing further.
I appreciate that. Thank you, DeAndre.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Williams. Our next conferee is Danita Long, if she's in the audience. Ms. Long, I understand you're with the Kansas Prison Organizing Project. Is that right?
That is correct.
Welcome to committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and share my story with you today. My name is Danita Long, and I'm a special education teacher with Lawrence Public Schools. For decades, I've dedicated my life to helping children grow, academically, socially, and especially these days, emotionally. I see their potential even when others only see their mistakes or challenges. My calling as a teacher is to believe every child, to believe in every child, to look beyond what they are today and to see who they can become tomorrow. But today I'm not here just as a teacher. Today I'm here as a mother. My youngest and only son Robert was sentenced at just 23 years of age to a 38-year sentence in Kansas prison system. He has now served over 10 years of those years. I am not here to say he's innocent. He made mistakes, as so many young people do. He was immature, his brain was still developing, and he was impulsive. However, the young man who went into prison at 23 is not the same person who sits there today. Robert has grown, he has matured, he has reflected deeply on his choices and the harm they caused. He is taking responsibility. He just needs the opportunity. He works, studies, mentors others, and does everything he can to become a better man and to feel good about himself in the place that he's at. Yet under Kansas's current sentencing grid, none of that growth matters. It doesn't matter that he's changed. It doesn't matter that he served over a decade and done everything asked of him. It doesn't matter that the two other individuals sentenced in the same case have already served their time, returned home, and are rebuilding their lives in a positive way. As a mother, they're rebuilding their lives. My son remains behind bars, not because of who he is today, but because of who he was when he was barely even old enough to rent a car. As a mother, that reality breaks my heart every day. As an educator, it shakes my faith in a system that says we believe in rehabilitation, but we don't allow for it. If the Kansas Second Look Act were adopted, it could change everything for families like mine. It could give Robert and so many others like him the chance to show who they have become. It could give us hope again. Every day in my classroom, I see what happens when someone is given a second chance. I teach students who struggle, students who learn differently, who many times act out, who make mistakes. I won't give up on them. I meet them where they are. I guide them, teach them, hold them accountable, but I also give them grace. As they grow, when they finally reach a milestone, which they reach many, but when they reach a milestone, when they surprise even themselves, that's the moment I know I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I've seen change. I believe in change. I am change. And I know my son has changed too. So I have to ask this committee, why can't we do the same for adults who we sentence? We know from science and from simple human understanding that the brain is not fully developed until around age 26. The part responsible for decision-making, impulse control, and understanding long-term consequences is still developing well into a person's mid-20s. We know this. It's a proven scientific fact. And yet we still sentence young people to decades, sometimes lifetimes, without ever looking back to reassess who they become after years of growth and the development of their brain and maturity. The Kansas Second Look Act would not automatically release anyone. It simply allows a review, a chance for a judge to look again after a significant period of time and make a decision whether continued incarceration still serves justice or not. That's not leniency, it's fairness. That's accountability with compassion. That's what justice should look like. The Kansas Second Look Act isn't just a policy. It's a promise that Kansas believes in redemption, in second chances, and in the human capacity to become more than our worst decisions. When I look at my students, I see their potential. When I look at my son, I see the same thing. A man who wants to contribute, who wants to work, who wants to make amends, who wants to rebuild his life and give back to society. He just needs the opportunity. Please give people like Robert and the families who love them that opportunity. Give them a second look, a second chance. I'm asking you to make a recommendation that the 2026 Kansas Legislature hold a hearing on Senate Bill 255 or a similar bill that addresses the Kansas Second Look Act. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your compassion.
Thank you, Mrs. Long. Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not a question for the presenter. It's just a general question since I'm new to this bill. I share the senator's view about the improvement of the sentencing grid against the pre-sentencing grid period. But I also think that it would be marvelous if we had the right criteria to be able to reward not just the improvement made in people's lives, but also reward the good work that prison staff have put into helping people to develop. And I heard earlier in the testimony that there are other states who have done similar things. So surely there's data on this, maybe legislative research of that. The committee obviously has done that. Since I'm just hearing this for the first time, I'm just curious, what the experiences are in those other states. But it seems to me like the grid grid doesn't need to be upended. It sounds like it would be good to recognize the potential, or no, the actual change that staff and those individuals who are incarcerated have been able to accomplish. That might improve prison culture in some significant ways too. Anyway, it's just my 2 cents worth, but I'm fascinated by what I'm hearing here today, and I appreciate the presenters and you for allowing this discussion today. It's very informative.
Thank you for those comments. Yeah, this is relatively new to me. I mean, the sorts of things that I understand would be looked at by judges if this were passed, or the same thing that the Prisoner Review Board looks for when there's early discharge requests. So in that sense, it's not really a new idea. It's just that, as I understand, the gist of the bill is that if you have a relatively long sentence, that you would have a chance after 10 or 15 years to ask for a reconsideration. Yeah. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Ms. Long. And now we'll move on to Daniel Landsman, the Vice President of Policy, Families for Justice Reform. And this is a WebEx conferee.
Yes, thank you, Chair Lewis, Vice Chair Warren, Ranking Member Elohoy, and members of the Joint Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice for the opportunity to submit testimony, provide testimony today on behalf of FAM in support of SB 255 and second look sentencing. FAM, founded as Families Against Mandatory Minimums, is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that seeks to create a more fair and effective justice system that respects our American values of individual accountability and dignity while keeping communities safe. We advocate sentencing policies that are individualized and fair, protect public safety, and preserve families. As part of our national Second Chances agenda, FAM advocates for second look sentencing across the country and at the federal level. First, I would like to talk a little bit about what second look sentencing is. Second look sentencing allows courts, or in some cases, other sentencing review boards, such as a prisoner review board, parole board, to reevaluate a person's sentence after a significant period of time in prison and determine if that sentence is still necessary. These laws grant people serving lengthy prison sentences the opportunity, but not the guarantee, to have their sentences reviewed and potentially released if they have successfully rehabilitated themselves. Decision makers retain discretion to reduce a sentence, grant release, or leave the existing sentence in place. FAM has developed principles for second look for legislators when crafting second look policy. In the interest of time, I will just highlight a few, but I've included the full list in my written testimony. One criteria I'd highlight is broad eligibility. Since many people grow out of criminal behavior, the opportunity to demonstrate rehabilitation and be considered for release should be available to all people serving long sentences. The potential fiscal benefits of a second look law are also the largest if people serving the longest sentences are eligible. Recall that second look is discretionary. Release is never automatic and only occurs after all relevant circumstances are considered. Next, I would highlight the need to require a reasonable and evidence-based minimum time served before eligibility, such as the 10 and 15-year marks in SB 255. People can change tremendously in a decade. Incarcerating someone for longer than necessary wastes taxpayer money and can disrupt supportive relationships, cause job skills to atrophy, and make it harder to successfully transition back into society. Next, I would like to highlight the need to ensure that victims and victims' families are kept informed about the case and provided with services and resources to help support their healing. Decisions regarding second chances should be made in the interest of justice, safety, and broader community needs. As such, it is crucial to provide appropriate support to survivors of crime. Virtually all second look sentencing mechanisms, including SB 255, is proposed, provide an opportunity for victims to be heard and provide an impact statement for consideration in the event of resentencing. Senate Bill 255 includes many more of these important principles and would be a great benefit to safely reducing Kansas's prison population while reuniting families and communities across the state. Next, I'd like to talk about second look in the national context. Many states have some form of a second look process or mechanism. This includes California, Colorado, Connecticut, DC, Georgia, Illinois, Louisiana, Minnesota, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Oregon, and Washington. Two leading legal organizations have adopted model second look policies for adoption at the state and federal level. The American Legal Institute's model penal code includes a provision that would allow incarcerated individuals, regardless of offense type, to petition for resentencing after 15 years, with reapplication available within 10 years of initial petition. The American Bar Association similarly adopted a resolution urging federal, state, local, territorial, and tribal governments to adopt second look mechanisms that allow people to petition for second look resentencing after serving 10 years of their sentence. Additionally, FAM tracked 64 bills in 2025 that would create or expand upon existing second look mechanisms in states such as Nebraska, Nevada, Texas, Tennessee, and many others. These bills, much like existing second look mechanisms, vary across eligibility and procedure. Now, for second look in practice, FAM has long held up the second look policy in Washington, D.C. as the best second look policy mechanism in the nation. Under D.C. law, people who are serving a sentence for an offense that occurred before their 25th birthday are eligible to petition the court for resentencing after serving 15 years of their sentence. This mechanism does not exclude anyone based on offense type. D.C.'s second look law originally only applied to people who were under 18 at the time of the crime, but after seeing the success of people released under that law, the D.C. Council extended it to people who were under 25 at the time of the crime, and FAM would support extending this beyond people under 25 and who are over 25 at the time of the offense. The D.C. second look has been a great success, allowing D.C. to safely resentence individuals and loosen its reliance on life and long sentences. As of June 2023, 195 people had been released under this expanded second look law, and only 4% had been rearrested. People released under this bill have found employment and success, taking full advantage of their second chances, and many who I know personally have dedicated their time to preventing future violence in their communities. Next, I'll talk a little bit about why Kansas should adopt second look sentencing. The evidence supports the idea that Kansas should give judges the opportunity to revisit old, lengthy sentences. They can determine if the sentence is still in the interest of justice and an appropriate use of Kansas's finite public safety resources. While not everyone will be ready to come home, many will be. First, we know that lengthy sentences are not an effective deterrent against criminal behavior. As the Department of Justice's National Institute of Justice states, the certainty of being caught is a vastly more powerful deterrent than punishment. The NIJ goes on to say that prisons are good for punishing criminals and keeping them off the street, but prison sentences, particularly long sentences, are unlikely to deter future crime. Furthermore, the relationship between age and criminal behavior reveals that lengthy sentences reach a point of diminishing returns as it relates to incapacitation and specific deterrence. Because young people's brains are still developing through their mid-20s, they are more impulsive and susceptible to peer influence than older adults, and less able to inhibit inappropriate behavior, manage intense emotions, and fully consider consequences of their behavior. Consequently, criminal activity spikes during the late teen years and early 20s, but fortunately, people grow and change. As people get older, they become less and less likely to engage in crime. One recent recidivism study found significantly low recidivism rates, defined as reincarceration for a new criminal offense within 3 years of release in people in their 40s, 50s, and beyond. The report revealed a recidivism rate of 6% for people between the ages of 45 and 55 at release, and a recidivism rate of 3% for people over the age of 55 at release. This relationship held true for people convicted of violent crimes. Only 4% of people convicted of violent crimes released between ages 45 and 54, and 1% released at 55 or older were reincarcerated for new crimes within 3 years. Furthermore, older adults who are arrested tend to have relatively minor offenses, such as simple assault, public drunkenness, larceny, and disorderly conduct. While any form of recidivism may be deemed unacceptable, good policy considers context, and this evidence should help inform whether or not the lengthy sentences currently being served in Kansas are the best use of Kansas public resources. There is also promising data in states that have either enacted second look policies or have released a significant number of individuals from lengthy sentences through other means. In Maryland, 180 people serving life without parole sentences were released after serving 30 or more years after a court ruled that the jury instructions in their cases were unconstitutional. 6 years after their release, only 2.7% had returned to prison for either violating parole or committing a new crime. In Washington state, as of May 2023, 98 people serving sentences for crimes they committed prior to the age 18 have been released from prison. Of them, only 2.1% have been convicted of a new felony crime, and only 5% had their parole revoked for a non-criminal violation. According to the 2024 annual report from the Kansas Department of Corrections, there are nearly 1,000 people over the age of 60 in Kansas prisons, 450 of whom are over the age of 65. These individuals are the most expensive to incarcerate and statistically the least likely to offend. Providing a process to review these sentences to determine whether they are still in the best interest of public safety would be beneficial to Kansas, eliminating wasteful, ineffective prison sentences while freeing up resources for more effective methods of enhancing public safety. I appreciate the opportunity to provide our perspective on this important piece of legislation. FAM stands ready to assist the committee as it considers second look sentencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Landsman. I'll just open up. To what extent does your support for this bill take into account the retribution aspects of sentencing?
In terms of the sentences being considered, the retributive impact of it?
Well, just that's one of the goals of sentencing, right? And I hear rehabilitation, but you didn't really address one of the other goals of sentencing.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned in the beginning of my testimony, FAM believes in individualized sentencing and resentencing. And I think that would be something that a judge would consider or should consider with their discretion at sentencing, whether that factor has been met. And part of that can come through victim impact statements and other information. But that is a difficult thing to assess and address across a wide swath of sentences, and something that can and should be handled on the individual level, and I think could be considered in a resentencing hearing under this policy.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Landsman, for your input.
Thank you, Chair.
The last conferee, and there is additional written testimony, but the last conferee to speak today is Logan DeMond from the American Civil Liberties Union. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Logan DeMond, and I'm the Director of Policy and Research at the ACLU of Kansas. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization with more than 35,000 supporters statewide. We work to ensure the civil rights and liberties of all Kansans. We are here today because we strongly support Senate Bill 255. We believe that this is meaningful, evidence-based reform that enhances fairness, promotes rehabilitation, and strengthens the integrity of the justice system here in Kansas. Now, as you mentioned, you all have my written testimony before you, so I'll spare you that pain and instead focus on some of the highlights from it today. At its core, I want to point out that this is about protecting fundamental civil liberties, the right to be treated with dignity, with fairness, and the recognition of human potential. This legislation recognizes that people change, and as you've heard time and time again over the last hour, especially young people change. We've heard that the brain is not fully developed before the age of 25, especially the regions governing impulse control and decision-making. So therefore, it makes it hard for me to think about somebody who commits a crime before the age of 25 and decades later, after they have completed the necessary steps of rehabilitation, still serving an unnecessarily long sentence when they pose no longer a threat to public safety. This ensures that punishment remains connected to these legitimate public safety goals. The Second Look Act does not advocate for automatic release. Instead, it advocates for a court-supervised review process that ultimately falls to the court's judgment. The Second Look Act takes into account rehabilitation, maturity, and changes in the law which happen in this very building every year. We believe at the ACLU of Kansas that a justice system that allows no avenue for reconsideration risks becoming purely punitive. Ultimately, the Second Look Act ensures that the system reflects both accountability and mercy, which is more than can be said about the current approach. Currently, there is no measurement for genuine growth, and there is no meaningful opportunity to revisit these long sentences. We believe that the system should be built on accountability with the opportunity for someone to redeem themselves. And this is where I'll differentiate from what the chairman stated earlier. In Kansas, the Prisoner Review Board determines if someone is ready for release, whereas the Second Look Act or similar laws, as we've seen in other states, allows the judge to reevaluate the original sentence itself via the review process that I've outlined before. It's also important to point out that communities of color are disproportionately impacted by the current sentencing framework. Black and brown individuals receive longer, harsher sentences than their white counterparts who commit similar offenses, and they remain incarcerated at much higher rates. The Second Look Act provides necessary safeguards against these inequities by offering a fair and transparent process for individuals to demonstrate rehabilitation and seek relief from this excessive punishment. Process ensures accountability, but also brings equity into the conversation, ensuring that justice applies to everyone, regardless of race, regardless of your background. Continuing the discussion of strengths in this legislation, this makes Kansas's approach more consistent with national trends. As you have heard, 25 other states and the District of Columbia have enacted second-look laws or policies. We have that list if you'd like to hear it again during questions. We also know that this is a fiscally responsible decision. You heard today in this presentation, you've heard many times before in previous legislative session, that tens of millions of dollars are spent annually on long-term incarcerations. Taxpayers bear this unnecessary cost when people who no longer pose a threat to public safety remain incarcerated. And we know, based on data from other states, that the Second Look Act reduces prison populations meaningfully. It also incentivizes rehabilitation. Those who complete educational, vocational, and therapeutic degree programs, they maintain good conduct, they know that there is a structured opportunity for release. In conclusion, this legislation gives the justice system a practical tool to correct excessive or outdated sentences. And it does so by ensuring correctional resources are focused where they should be, and that's on risks to public safety. This legislation acknowledges potential for rehabilitation through an equitable lens and affirms the civic faith in a dynamic system of justice that gives folks a second chance. I encourage your support of Senate Bill 255 today and again during the regular session. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Demond. Are there any questions for the conferee? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
This closes the hearing on the Second Look Act. The next item on our agenda.
Just a point of clarification for the revisor, probably, Mr. Chair, if I might.
You may.
It was referenced as a hearing on the bill. Is that a term of art that would be appropriate for this, or is it just being kind of shared out there? If you could provide some clarification.
Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think the hearing term here is more loose. If the bill were to receive a hearing during session, that would be one thing. This is just an interim committee, more an informational briefing, if you will.
Yes, I stand corrected. Informational briefing would be more accurate as to what we've been doing. Thank you for that. Going on then to the next item, which is a presentation on the assistance for reentry service and expungement. And I believe, yes, welcome to committee, Matt Keenan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Lewis, Vice Chair Senator Warren, Matthew Keenan.
Just, it's been requested that we take a quick break. So
Okay.
we're going to take a 5-minute break.
No problem. Thank you. Chairman Lewis, Vice Chairman Senator Warren, members of the committee. I'm Matthew D. Keenan. I'm Executive Director of Kansas Legal Services. We are a nonprofit law firm with 45 lawyers, 11 offices, and 140 additional staff. With me here is TK Shively. She's the Director of Grants Management. And we're here to talk about a truly magnificent success story at Kansas Legal Services that's been the product of your vision, your leadership, and that is these expungement clinics that you have funded. I have about 22 slides. I have 2 client videos that I'll show that I think you'll find informative of clients who've testified or told their story and how we help them. But this is, by any metric, by looking at the number of Kansans that we've helped, by looking at the number of attorneys that volunteer and help with these clinics, by looking at the geography of where these clinics have been held, by looking at the economic impact of these Kansans who have these criminal matters sealed, this is a true success story that we are asking the legislature, and I understand this is not a funding committee, but we're going to be asking the legislature to renew that funding, which is $200,000, and to supplement it so that we might be able to do driver's license advocacy as part of the advocacy that we do for expungements. So we've had 2 years, about 1,200 Kansans, 20 clinics, about 50 volunteer attorneys, and 3 corporate partners have assisted at this in these clinics. I'm talking about T-Mobile in Olathe, I'm talking about Coke in Wichita, and I'm talking about Cargill in Wichita. They send their attorneys, we train their attorneys. The time that the attorneys are at the clinics, they're covered by our malpractice, and when they leave the clinic, their obligations are done, and any follow-up is done by the KLS attorneys. We have 2 full-time attorneys at KLS whose full-time job are working on expungement clinics. So with that high-level overview, I will go through a couple quick slides, and then I'll show a video of a client we helped that I think is very compelling. So, next slide, please. So this is the ask. We want to have the funding renewed, and it's important to emphasize that the $200,000 we're talking about is not part of the Department of Justice or the judicial branch funding. This is funding that has to be added to the budget, and Representative Turk knows this. This was added through his leadership with the House Appropriations Subcommittee, TK, on government, government budget. So we're asking that to be renewed, and the consideration of the House and Senate to add additional funding for driver's license clinics. Next slide, please. I want you to hear this, this gentleman who gave us this testimony. We helped him at a clinic in Kansas City, Kansas.
The Kansas Legal Service clinic I attended was an expungement clinic. It was in Kansas City at the library. So I got my record expunged. And just a bit about my story is I was a drug addict for 23 years of my life, and went through some really hard times. And so I got clean about 11 years ago. In fact, 11 years ago next month. And through that process, as I moved forward, I got, I graduated, got my license back, I graduated college, got a master's degree, and I saw the expungement. I had some friends that had been through the expungement process, and then me and my wife saw it on Facebook, and so we signed up and we drove down there, and so it's, I had not a not an extensive record, but I had some felonies on my record, and so we went there, and they got rid of those for me. And so it's just it's a good feeling to know that I have a clean slate. One of the biggest blessings of the whole thing is that my wife also got her record expunged. And so, and she's moving into, she's going to move into the teaching field. And so that helped, just helped it so there wouldn't be anything to hinder the process. And so it's just been, it's been a joy to see her know that her record's clean too. And just to know that, you know, I mean, we both have came out of a pretty hardcore lifestyle. And so just to know that all that stuff's put officially, legally put behind us, it's a good feeling. I believe it's a great blessing that this is available for people. There are a couple people I've shared the information how to move forward on the process on their own. And of course I shared, on social media, my success through the whole process. And so that inspired other people to want to get started on their own. And so I just am really thankful.
He's fairly typical of the people that we help. That clinic he came to was in Kansas City, Kansas, and we had about 150 people there. Our goal is to pre-screen these applicants because not everyone is going to be eligible for expungements, but we have a lot of walk-in clients, and it's really it's a real testament to the funding, the vision of the legislature, and the skills and tool set that our attorneys have to help them. So let's run through a few more slides, and I have another quick video I want to show. Talks a little bit about background of KLS. You're pretty familiar with that. Next slide, please. Expungement is a sealing of the record. In these days, everyone does extensive background checks, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. But if a judge makes a determination that an expungement is appropriate, that record can be sealed. Next slide, please. This is interesting. This is what's eligible and not eligible. A lot of people are misinformed, not candidates, but rather just the general public. And so the legislature in its wisdom has really struck a pretty good balance about what is eligible for expungement and what's not. And this is a pretty high-level summary. All expungements require a judge to approve it, and the judge needs to have demonstrated evidence that they've turned their life around, that they've fully discharged their sentence, and then they've waited an appropriate amount of time. Next slide, please. Next slide. Just a little bit about the funding history of this. It's pretty basic. Basically, we get the funding, we do the clinics, and we get the outcomes that I've shared with you today. Next slide, please. One of the great things about this clinic, Chairman Lewis, I know you're from Garden City, is we go where the clients are. We take the clinics all over the state. You've probably heard a lot about the rural justice or the legal deserts around Kansas. KLS represents clients in all 105 counties. And I'm very confident in your district, legislative district, we have a number of clients we've helped. So we go all over the state. And what I would say to you, if this appeals to you and you want to have a clinic in your district, let me know and we'll try to make that happen. Next slide. This is a map of the clinics. Next slide. Application, you apply, you're evaluated, you attend the clinics. In most cases, we prepare all the pleadings and all the orders, and they have to go to court and have those signed and entered, but in some cases, we'll go with them. We believe that the clients need to have skin in the game and they need to have some responsibility themselves. Sometimes they don't go to court, but most of the time they do, and we're very happy to make that whole thing happen. Next slide. There's a final video I want to share, and then I've got just a few of those slides and we'll be done.
A unique 70% discount on their immense instant translator today. 70% off, along with...
It's okay.
Chance to go back and erase a painful and criminal past.
And that's what was offered at the Johnson County, Kansas courthouse in Olathe. People signed up to get their former crimes cleared through an expungement clinic.
KBC 9's Krista Tatchell is getting answers on how these programs can change lives.
I came here to start my new life
get this felony off my record and move on.
Darren, nice to meet you.
Among tables and attorneys working pro bono for Kansas Legal Services, Christina Dane is in joyous disbelief.
I just can't believe it's really happening.
She showed up at this expungement clinic where nonviolent, non-sex related felonies can be cleared.
I was not registered, and I begged him to help me, and I said, I'll wait all day.
She went to jail for theft.
Having this felony theft on my back, I had a lot of years of addiction and opioids, and it took me down a really long road. And during that, though, I was given a beautiful little girl whom I'm trying to break this cycle of addiction with.
Gotta be off Kansas, obviously, right?
Yeah.
For felons, a job is often hard to get.
I've had to work a lot of part-time jobs, sometimes 2 or 3, just to make ends meet. I'm sorry.
Clients who come to these clinics are carrying a lot of emotional baggage. And in some cases, they've been carrying it for most of their adult life.
I'm sorry, I'm not a religion pusher, but I love my God, and that's what got me through this. So first, I'm going to get on my knees and pray and thank him for today.
You're taking the steps that not a lot of people do, and you should be proud of yourself for that.
Yes.
It's bringing joy. It's bringing a brighter future.
Thank you so much.
A future toward which Dane now walks in hope.
Thank you.
Krista Tatchell, KMBC 9 News.
Around 40 people attended the clinic today, but these happen year-round across Kansas.
And you can find out more on how to sign up at the Kansas Legal Services website.
Okay, so I've got a couple other slides and I'll be done. I've got a slide that demonstrates some more of the statistics of the people, and I've got it broken down for 2024 and 2025. Go, yeah, it's fine. Next slide. So this shows the stats for 2024. You see the discrepancy between clients served and cases submitted. Some clients have 2 criminal matters, some have 1, some have more than that. What you have to keep in mind is we can only obtain an expungement in the county where the crime was occurred. So that clinic we had in Johnson County, we can only expunge for purposes of that clinic, Johnson County offenses. Next slide. Those are the counties that we had the clinics and the demographic breakdown. Next slide. 2025, we've had even a larger statistical summary of the cases. The economic impact is pretty well demonstrated by peer review studies, anywhere from $7,000 to $15,000 increase in wages for people that have had criminal matters expunged. Next slide. Talked already about the number of pro bono attorneys who come and volunteer and the corporate partners we have. Next slide. Hours, more quantification of the impact we've had. Next slide. And I got 2 stories and I'll be done. The first one is a lady who, Maya, who has demonstrably significantly better, higher paying jobs because of the expungements that we achieved for her. Next slide. So that's a pretty powerful testimonial about how transformative this was in her individual life. Next slide. This is Christina Dane, the woman that was profiled in the Channel 9 story you just saw. So she was hired as a property manager already as a result of the expungement, making $21 an hour, and she's confident with quarterly bonuses that she'll get up to $10,000 to $20,000 a year bonuses. Next slide. Senator Warren came to our clinic in Olathe on October 23. That was a T-Mobile clinic. Next slide. And then this was an expunger clinic we had in Abilene. You remember J.R. Clay's was there. This is an interesting picture. I like to explain this to people. What you see here is you see clients who came to be served. You see judges. There's judges in this picture from Abilene. You have Senator Clay's. You have, this is a community of people that 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago might have been adverse to the clients coming to be expunged. So this is unusual in that you have a convening, a collaboration of a lot of interested parties who all share one goal, and that is to help these Kansans get second chances. Next slide. So the ask is that we have the $200,000 renewed, and recognizing that these are Spartan times, we would like the legislature to consider adding that for driver's license restoration. I know Senator Fast-Godot has been real involved in that. We've had a number of clinics for driver's licenses that have not been funded by the legislature, but we have had joint clinics. We've had clinics both with expungements and driver's license clinics that have been really successful, because oftentimes people who have trouble getting their license also have a need for expungements. So I think that's it, and that's concluded my remarks. And I appreciate your time, and I recognize that the focus here is on corrections and juvenile justice, but in so many ways, the people that we help are part of that community, are part of the former correctional community, and it's just wonderful to have the support of the legislature allow us to do these clinics. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Fast-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Matt. So, first question, did you guys get to go to DC with Marilyn Harp? Marilyn Harp, who used to be the state director of Kansas Legal Services, thank God for Facebook, but I get the Active Age newspaper, and it had Marilyn receiving that national award for her work. And so, yeah, did you guys go?
Well, not to be the skunk at the garden party, but no, I was not there. But we had an instrumental part in her being nominated and recognized for that. Marilyn was my predecessor, and she served at Kansas Legal Services for 40 years. So I'm not worthy of her legacy, but I've carried it on. She received the foremost award in the country for pro bono advocacy. And yes, I'm glad you've mentioned that. Yeah, Marilyn has done a lot and continues to do a lot. So, yeah.
Yes, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Keenan, for being here. And we don't want to forget, though, your long service and history in pro bono. When you were in private practice in the private sector as an attorney, you did a lot of pro bono work in the Kansas City area and probably other areas too. So it's nice to see you continue your own legacy of that pro bono work and bring it to Kansas Legal Services. And want to thank you for helping Kansans in that regard too.
Yes. Senator Moran helped me get nominated by President Trump, and I was confirmed by the Senate to be on the board of Legal Services Corporation, which is the umbrella organization for all the legal aid organizations. That was 4 years ago. That really prepared me for this job. I mean, the beauty of this advocacy that I tell so many people is this legal aid for the working poor is a true, rare, bipartisan initiative that both parties see the value of what we do. They both see the importance of giving working Kansans an opportunity to have an attorney for free, to have somebody they can counsel with, who can calm their nerves, who can reassure them, who can point them in the right direction. I told you we have about 23,000 Kansans that we helped last year in all counties. A lot of that is advice and counsel. A lot of that is simply reassuring them or pointing them in the right direction or telling them, in some cases, you're wasting your time. They need to hear that sometimes. We have these self-help clinics all throughout the state. So it's a combination of a lot of different things. But the bottom line is most people we help are living at or close to the poverty line. This clinic, expungement clinics I've just talked about, it is an exception to that. We will help anyone in Kansas, no matter what their income or circumstance, if they qualify. And we do have other initiatives like that that are not income-based qualifications. So that's another reason why I think this is a very worthy cause that needs support from this body.
Representative Turk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Keenan. Your leadership with this was vital. You came to us last year, I believe, and had a vision. Last year was a rather Spartan budget year as well, and we saw the value in this, the potential for a return on investment. You saw it, you executed it, and you're showing it to us in numbers, for which all of us numbers and budget folks really appreciate. I obviously can't foresee the future, but seeing the success, I will gladly be there with you through this budget process again this year, and I hope for continued success in this. Second chances are hard to come by in this world, and I had some conversations earlier today with some colleagues about sometimes you need to suffer a little bit to truly appreciate the opportunities we have, and you're giving these folks an opportunity to show that appreciation, and I am grateful. Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
I just want to do this.
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I hopefully, I will come back in the session, and I know I spoke to the Senate Judiciary Committee. I think, if nothing else, sharing information, getting more transparency about what we do and how we are a constituent service is very important, because our name is confusing, Kansas Legal Services, and we're trying to overcome just a lot of miscommunication about that we are a constituent resource. And in towns and counties where there are no attorneys, and those that are there are charging $200 or $250 an hour. And I could just give you one quick example. If you walk down the street and ask someone to do an expungement for you, even though you're completely qualified, they would probably charge you $1,500. Yes, yes. In the area of student loans and the difficulty that new law graduates are having to get ahead, the prospect of someone doing like that for free is pretty much non-existent unless they're with KLS. So I appreciate very much the partnership that we have, and I look forward to continuing that in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you once again for that informative information and the vital work that you're doing. Does any member have any comment before we adjourn for the day? Any questions? If not, I'll remind you that we're going to start 30 minutes early tomorrow at 9:30 rather than 10. And so I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow morning, and have a good evening. But I've got to get back to Garden City, so.
9 o'clock.